Kings. That man is fat. All right, so Cross. How's it going, everybody? I almost forgot that. Good to see y'all. Last like 2 streams before this, we were doing Peace Walker story, so we're gonna resume that. Plus, a bunch of extra stuff, side content and lore. So I'm only going to be here 2 hours because Kaido is scheduled 2 hours into my day. I actually woke up my alarm for once and got up for this. That thing on the bottom right needs to be fixed, but it's not working. Oh yeah. Do this. See what we have to do. I don't remember exactly where we left off. We're past Chrysalis. Recruit's gonna be so dumb. It's just gonna be like one guy at this point.
Looks like our reputation is spreading. We've got battle-hardened veterans from all kinds of places trying to join our army. But they insist on testing your skills to see if you're the real deal before they'll join. Let's put these arrogant upstarts in their place. Take them down using hand-to-hand strikes or CQC. If you can knock them all out within the time limit, they'll join us, becoming powerful allies. Don't disappoint him, boss. Show him what you got.
Go beat up one guy and he's gonna be like a D. Eat everything else.
Reporting for duty.
Yep.
That all you got? Okay, enough.
Info display. No, I don't want to do it again. Single guy each time and all those load screens. Did he actually do anything? Holy shit, he's got a C. Amazing. Do-do-do. Okay. Gotta kiss check this tiredness. I woke up slightly early. Okay. Full recovery. On our way now. So we did the mine base. Enemy soldiers have begun a sweep over the prison. Huh? Guards. Oh yeah, no, we're on Cocoon. Stop just before Cocoon. Cocoon, Snake! Snake,
that's Huey's unmanned weapon, the Cocoon. Put it out of commission.
No. I'll put my chat.
That is El Escarabajo, the beetle. Even we don't know the Escarabajo's weaknesses.
That's not what I wanted to hear.
You could try asking that scientist, Huey, right? This is just common sense, but once it fires a missile, it must take time to reload. And moving a machine of that size must require the release of considerable amounts of heat. Another option would be to take out its weapons. Sorry I wasn't much help.
No, you've given me some ideas.
During development, I had trouble figuring out how to handle the Cocoon's excess heat. I'm embarrassed to admit it, but the radiators are most likely its weakest points. They're not heavily armored, as heat wasn't dissipating properly.
Where are they?
There are multiple radiators on the upper and lower sections. Just look for the exhaust fumes. The only thing is, the upper radiators typically aren't exposed. You should probably shoot for the lower ones first. You could move under its body to access the lower ones, but the Cocoon is capable of vertical movement, so be careful not to get crushed. Watch out for missiles and hedgehogs, too.
Hedgehogs? Anti-submarine multiple spigot mortars?
I adapted the technology for use as a surface weapon. Both the missiles and hedgehogs take time to load, though. It can't fire a hedgehog until the lamp comes on. As for the missiles, watch for the way the hatches move.
That'll be my chance to get close.
When the hatches open, out come the missiles.
Okay. You don't get fucking battle dress for ages. I think when you're trying to escape that base is when you get it. Out come the missiles. Gustav would be nice. Yeah, I think we'll take that. Somehow I doubt chaff works on this thing, but I don't know. I don't remember. Did I distract Cocoon with solid magazine? The Cocoon! Oh.
Get rid of the Cocoon. If anybody can handle something this big, it's you, boss.
Stop lowering right in front of me. Fucking asshole.
They're about to commence the requested supporting fire. Stay clear. Get out of there. Run. Hiding won't do anything against a gun like that.
Oh. You fucking asshole. Does that in your face, I forgot. Makes it so you can't move. Oh, here goes the controller. Okay, I hopefully have one charge. Dang gun, dang gun. I guess that's Chrysalis though, isn't it? Okay.
They've okayed the request for supporting fire. It should commence any second now.
How'd that do no damage? The fuck? What a shot that was. 50% done, probably a little bit more. Getting done. Getting done.
They're about to commence the requested supporting fire. Stay clear. They've okayed the request for support. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak.
Oh, I got fucked there. Jesus, those run out fucking fast. Stop shooting me. I still have to get rid of custom firmware on one of my PS3s. I know that I'm probably not going to get kicked if I'm not using homebrew, but I'm still not going to do it without downgrading. I really need to. I've needed to for like months. Gotta be like 3 different Peace Walker streams by now. That I should have changed it. Stop turning, you slut. Oh, nice shooting, Tex. Stop bobbing and weaving your head everywhere. Oh, that works.
The shock dislodged the ladder on the side of the treads. You can use that to get on top.
Get the fuck away. About everything again.
They've okayed your request for a cardboard box. It'll be sent out shortly. Use the ladder.
What's the ladder? Oh, it starts moving right when I'm gonna shoot. Oh, what the fuck was that? He jerked its head back right at that second. Oh. So frustrating.
You're gonna want to take out that weapon.
Oh,
See the ladder on the
for
tread?
fuck's sake. Fat load of shit that was. empty over. Who works upstairs?
They've got a lock on you. Move it!
That's like a fucking ladder. What am I doing? Seriously, that's it.
They've okayed the request for support. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak. Attack the AI pod to destroy its hatch. It's the cylindrical structure. Hurry up and get in the AI pod, otherwise it will reactivate. Pull out all the unlocked memory boards. Pull out the memory boards. All the unlocked boards will have icons over them. Any boards you remove can be used to build our own AI weapon. Memory boards have different functions according to the icons displayed over them. Go ahead and take whichever ones you want. If you attack parts on the exterior of the machine, the memory boards that control those parts should light up. You can tell what a memory board does by looking at its color when it lights up.
We nice, getting some Zeke parts. Viewer's been embezzling GMP again. Infiltrate the underground base.
Snake, is it true you took a picture of El Colibri?
Yep. Got it right here.
Whoa! It's like an actual UFO. I knew it. Los Yankees are working with the aliens.
I know it kind of looks that way, but
Hey, Snake, can you make me a copy of that?
well, I don't see why not. What for?
People pay good money for this stuff. We can use it to raise money for MSF.
Sure, kid. You go out and get us a good price for it.
You don't believe me, do you? I'll get the money. You'll see.
You'll see.
There's one other image I have of France. The national anthem.
Ah, La Marseillaise. Not everyone is a fan, of course.
The whole, to arms, citizens. May an impure blood water our furrows thing, eh?
The song was composed right after the French Revolution. Fearing what the tide of the revolution represented, the ruling classes in neighboring countries applied all kinds of pressure on the young government. La Marseillaise became the anthem of the volunteer armies that sought to protect constitutional rule against that pressure.
And they couldn't do that without armed force.
Oui, I agree, some parts are a little belligerent. But we must not forget that if it were not for them, France would not be the democracy it is today. Have you ever seen The Umbrellas of Cherbourg?
A movie? No, never seen it.
No? It came out 10 years ago. Catherine Deneuve. She's so beautiful in it. And the music, the costumes, the colors.
Huh.
It takes place in the naval port of Cherbourg.
That was a beachhead in Normandy.
It is set back when young men were conscripted to fight in the Algerian War.
The French government called the conflict a public order operation in northern Africa.
I was still a little girl then, but I can clearly remember one of my friend's older brothers going off to fight.
Yeah, national service is required in France.
The war splits up two young lovers. Director Jacques Demy's lyrics and Michel Legrand's music tore at my heart. I will never forget its wonderful melodies.
Are you okay?
It changes lives, changes fates. War is not a good thing.
For some reason, it strikes a chord to hear that coming from someone like you. Speaking of the Algerian War of Independence, you ever hear of the Day of the Jackal?
Ah, you mean the novel that was made into a movie last year? The OAS, a militant French underground group, plots to assassinate de Gaulle, hiring a hitman known as the Jackal. Readers know that de Gaulle was not killed, but it is still so exciting. If someone was going to try to eliminate me, I would hope they would be as thorough as the Jackal, to know everything about me without me suspecting a thing.
Oh, yeah?
I wonder if my birds feel the same way.
I wonder.
Enemy.
The main one first.
Snake, Peace Walker is in a hangar at the very bottom of the mine. Infiltrate the base and put a stop to the project by destroying Peace Walker's AI pod.
Enemies carrying shields can be a real pain in the ass. To hear Amanda tell it. Trying to fight those bastards while they sit behind their shields taking pistol shots at you is enough to make you want to rip your hair out. Get around and flank them if you can. You might want to try blinding them with smoke or stun grenades first. Also, armor-piercing rounds should make it a little easier to punch through their shields. Use them if you got them.
Wow, you made it all the way to El Basilisco's hangar. None of us has ever gone that far. I have no idea what the underground base is like.
Wish I could say the same.
It'll most likely be some kind of building, so...
Plenty of places to hide.
Right. But security will be extremely tight. Do not forget
Like
that the
30
odds are
dogs,
stacked heavily
boom.
against you.
Yeah.
The enemy's still on high alert after that last tangle. Don't get yourself caught.
Blue team, hey! Somebody there! We're under attack!
Fuck, it went past them. Oh well.
The enemy's still on high alert after that last tangle. Don't get yourself caught.
Hey! Somebody there!
It'll be fun.
Next! Next! Next!
Nice.
That elevator should take you underground. To use the elevator, press the action button in front of the switch. Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter. Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
Nobody else here, I guess, because how could there be? With all those guys by the elevator.
Hide until the elevator arrives. Don't let anyone detect you.
Boom.
What is it?
The 3 Fultons left. Two Fultons left.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
What was that?
What was that? Shit. How do I get up again?
Looks like the door won't open with the security level so high.
What was that?
That's...
What is it? Enemies close by!
Damn, son. Oh well. No more Fultons.
close.
Fuck you. How can I grab? Oh, because it's got a shield.
Maybe a little elbow grease will get those shutters open. Try tapping the action button as fast as you can. Understood. Nice thing. From here it's a straight shot to Peace Walker's hangar.
Quick, hide! You are not safe there. Hurry! You can get through this! If you cannot run, you'll have to fight. Quick, hide!
You got it, balls.
Initiate.
What's the situation?
We're waiting on acknowledgement from Reptile. It could be a while.
Don't take all night.
Ah, Coltman. I'd like to perform one final check. Everyone, take a break. I've got some concerns about the dummy.
Now's your chance, Snake.
Jack, you've returned. What's wrong? Your body temperature has fallen.
You're imagining things.
Have you come to destroy me? Your pulse has quickened slightly.
Just chilly. It's freezing in here.
I see.
Boss.
What is it, Jack?
Boss. Is that you?
What is it, Jack?
Do you have regrets?
Regrets?
About your final mission?
My final mission?
The one in Groznygrad.
I've never been on a mission there.
September 1964. You betrayed the United States, and then I killed you.
I have no record of such a debriefing.
Listen to me. I have to know. Did you defect to the Soviet Union of your own free will?
There is no mission record matching that description.
Ah.
Jack.
You're not the boss. The boss is dead.
Don't do it, Jack.
Drop your weapon, big boss.
Mammal showed the same response back at the lab. It's a sure sign that you are nearby.
It's an honor to meet you again, big boss.
I've seen that coyote before.
Lobo is the name.
Lobo? Smells like a rotting corpse to me.
I know all about you. Selena Yarsk, 10 years ago.
You were involved.
The operation to eliminate the traitor. I planned the whole thing.
Shouldn't a suit like you be back in Langley? What the hell are you doing here?
It's what the CIA does best. Ensure people in the know keep their mouths shut, or else pack them off someplace where there's no one to listen.
I get it. Trying to claw your way back into their good graces.
It's not quite that simple. My aim is a new world order. Détente, the NPT. SALT, TTBT. Ever since the Cuban Missile Crisis, the structure of the Cold War has been coming apart at the seams. A new age is dawning. An age in which Peace Walker, an infallible nuclear deterrent system with the patience and cold logic of a machine, will play a vital role.
That's your plan? Assigning humanity's sins to a bunch of machines?
Quite the romantic. Remember the Cuban Missile Crisis, when the commander of a Russian sub refused an order to launch a nuclear-armed torpedo at an American destroyer? In retrospect, that man was a hero. He saved the world from all-out nuclear war. Humans are incapable of destroying themselves.
But an AI wouldn't hesitate to push the button.
Precisely. Making it the one real deterrent.
People hesitate, lose their nerve. Isn't that why deterrence theory works in the first place?
No. Machines don't make mistakes. Only men do. That's why a fully automated, mechanized deterrent like Peace Walker is needed. Once our system is embraced, Langley will again turn its attention to Latin America as the cockpit of the new Cold War. Honduras, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Panama. Peace Walker will be deployed along Central America's entire Caribbean coast. All of North America, South America, and the West Indies will be within its range. We'll bring law and order to the entire continent.
And you'll still be calling the shots.
You still don't get it. The age of heroes is over, buried alongside the boss and her bankrupt beliefs. From now on, our only heroes will be machines. Surely no one understands that better than you. Except perhaps your partner. A deterrent for hire. An army without borders. You've invented a new system too, and an admirable one at that.
That's supposed to be an offer.
I'm not offering anything. If I'm to sell my new system, you and yours have got to go.
Wait! Coltman, I have questions for him. Information critical to the completion of the mammal pod. Give him to me.
Don't waste too much time. We've just received word that the SALT II talks are on schedule. We will launch on time.
Snake, you are going to help me resurrect her.
Shut up! The boss is dead.
Bring him. Take him away.
QTE fight. Actually enjoy it. So that card you grabbed off her chest, if you fail the QTE, you don't get the card, and the card lets you out of the cell really quickly. And you don't have to use the jigsaw. Saw your way out. What now? Mate. We'll develop a bunch of pointless shit, why not? Torture chamber escape?
Snake, I hope you can hear me. Word is you've been captured by Strangelove. I'm guessing they confiscated your gear, but I know you've still got something left. Search your memory, Snake.
So, I'm gonna exit this save. The tape that should really be played here. Put on a new game. Can't do it. So this is Strangelove and the Boss AI interacting just before Snake gets tortured. What's about to happen? Oh, I really want to play that tape now. It just makes a lot more sense. Flow going of the story. Strangelove simulation.
Enter simulation date.
August 24th.
Location.
Selinoyarsk, USSR.
Mission.
Support a covert agent whose objective is the rescue of a nuclear weapons scientist.
Who is the agent?
Your student. Your most beloved.
Acknowledged. Define current mission progress.
With your help, the agent has successfully made contact with the target. All that's left is to wait for recovery. Now, deduce the best course of action.
I take the scientist away from the agent.
What for?
As a gift when I defect.
Why are you defecting?
To reform my special forces unit with my former comrades in arms.
No, I don't want to know your objective. I'm asking for the reason. Why are you betraying your country?
I do not defect in order to betray America. Betrayal is merely the outcome of that defection.
Response time is always slower here. Perhaps she lacks confidence in her judgment. You're a hero in the West. Why should the Soviets trust you?
In addition to the scientist, I provide them with a portable nuclear warhead in order to win the favor of a Russian GRU officer.
And then you launched it.
Launched? The nuke? Me?
That's right. At a target inside Soviet territory.
Nuclear weapons make my blood run cold. They blot out the future. How could I? Karma. Is it my karma? The karma my mistake has brought upon us? My...
Attention. Discontinue forward reasoning. Cross-check with knowledge base.
Affirmative. Cross-check complete. Revising conclusion as follows. I steal the new weapons developed by the scientist, and then launch the nuke at the Weapons Design Bureau.
Forward and backward reasoning are in conflict. Attention. Return to forward reasoning.
Affirmative.
Your apprentice returns for the scientist.
I send him away.
He doesn't give up.
I send my comrades to defeat him.
All of them fail. Even the GRU officer who oversaw your defection is defeated by your apprentice, along with the new weapon. Now, what is your course of action?
I fight him.
Why? With your GRU patron dead, there's no reason for you to fight. Why not just run away?
I must fight him.
I do not see the reason. With a soldier of your caliber on his side, how could the GRU officer be defeated to begin with? Did you betray him too?
I've been waiting for a long time.
You could switch allegiance from GRU to KGB and take the remaining nuke as a gift. There's no chance they wouldn't welcome a hero of your stature.
Drift away. My place is with them now.
I didn't ask you that. Give me the basis for your reasoning. Tell me the truth.
Politics determine who you face on the battlefield.
Why won't you answer me? It's like you were just waiting for him to kill you.
I was disloyal. Betrayed my country. I deserve to die.
How can you say that? You can't be a traitor. You're not that kind of person.
Kill me. Kill me now.
Stop it! Stop it! Attention! Discontinue reasoning.
One must die, and one must live.
Stop it, damn you! Discontinue!
Life's end. Isn't it beautiful?
Shut down! Always in the same place. Her reasoning goes haywire. Someone holds the key. Perhaps it's him. I'll get it out of him. One way or another. Any word from Snake?
I can't get through. Strangelove must still have him.
No.
We just have to trust the boss and wait.
For how long?
Amanda, you're cute when you're angry. But please calm down. He's prepared for situations like this.
With what? They'll find whatever he has on him.
No, they won't. Because this is something a lot more personal than equipment. And Snake never would have gotten rid of it.
I didn't defect. I'm loyal to the end, to my purpose. What about you, Jack? What's it going to be? Loyalty to your country or loyalty to me? Your country or your old mentor? Your mission or your beliefs? Your duty to your unit or your personal feelings? The only thing we can believe in with absolute certainty is the mission, Jack.
Rise and shine. Coldman's greed does not concern me. I'm only interested in one thing. The truth. I'm a scientist, an AI developer, but not an AI myself. I'm a scientist, and as a scientist, I find this distasteful. You understand? I am a scientist, and I expect answers that make sense.
Gee, I wonder if she's a scientist.
Now, what do you know?
Who knows?
Your boss defected from the US, taking a Davy Crockett with her, and used it to launch a nuclear strike on Soviet territory. That much I know from the CIA's official debriefing. Did she defect or not? Answer me! Did she or did she not die for her country?
She sold us out. My orders were to take care of her.
Liar! I want to know the truth! Brace yourself.
You hate me? Fine. Turn it up. It doesn't change the fact that I killed her.
I know that. But what I don't know is your motive. Why would a hero, loyal to the end, betray her country? What really happened? What did you see?
She betrayed more than just her country. She betrayed me, too.
Then how do you explain that bandana? Why keep a memento of a traitor?
What are you talking about?
And what about that scar? Don't tell me you have the same scars by sheer coincidence.
Don't touch me!
Decorating your body with her memory. Rather effeminate, if you ask me. Answer me! Admit it! She sacrificed her life for America, didn't she? Sacrificed all for a country that cared nothing for her soul or for her dignity. And you... Yes, I do hate you. But even you must understand how I feel. I have a right to know what she died for. Why won't you tell me? You're no longer one of Washington's lapdogs. You have no moral obligation to your country. Answer me! Would you see your beloved boss brought back to life? Then say it. Say she died for America. That she remained true to the end. Gave her life for the country that betrayed her time and again.
No. That woman was a traitor.
Why? For what purpose?
She went to her grave, cursing her country.
Why? Who is it? What are you protecting?
I'm not helping you finish that thing. Face it, the boss is dead. Whatever's inside that machine, it isn't her.
I'm raising the voltage. The next one might kill you! Why? Why not just give up? He's passed out.
Get in there!
Don't be getting any ideas.
Couldn't you unlock that door somehow? Couldn't you unlock that door somehow?
Checks out okay.
Couldn't you unlock that door somehow?
Come on!
Ready to talk now?
I've got nothing to say to you.
I think you do. Very well then.
Kill me. I don't care. I killed her.
No, that is not what I want to know.
Do it. Kill me. Kill me now. Kill me.
Stop it!
Kill me.
Shut up!
Kill me.
Shut up! Take him away.
Get in there! Don't be getting any ideas.
Ing. That man is fat. Is it? Ah, fuck. There we go.
Checks out okay. Quiet, you. Stop it! Quiet, you.
Quiet, you. Alright, round 3.
Come on!
Let's have it. The truth.
I've said all I'm gonna say.
Is that
Up the voltage. Tell me.
I don't hate you anymore.
Do it. Tell me. I killed her.
Please, stop. Stop it.
I killed her. My beloved. With my own hands.
Stop it. That's not what happened. You're lying.
Okay. All right. The truth. She betrayed her country.
Liar! She's not a traitor! I don't understand it. Take him away.
Get in there!
Time to use Strangelove's card.
Don't get any ideas.
They still have to saw through the door this way. Nope. There's fucking nobody here.
What's going on?
Nothing. Out.
Our future is in your...
I know it is not easy, but I have faith in you.
We're counting on you, boss. Our future is in your hands. Snake.
Yeah.
It's good to hear your voice again. Sorry. Hey, you okay?
Yeah. My lungs taste like charcoal.
No, No smoking for you for a while, huh?
Nah, I'll be fine. I better get moving.
Nice work.
What's the situation with you? Everyone okay?
Yeah, but there's a slight problem. I can't get a hold of Paz.
Paz? I thought the professor was looking after her.
So did I. Here's the deal. I started thinking, and I sent someone over to the school the professor mentioned.
And the school doesn't exist.
No, it exists, but Paz has been a no-show. The person at the school said neither the professor nor Paz had been seen there in quite some time.
Coleman knew about us. We've been marked by the CIA. The KGB and Paz brought us into all this. Coleman must know about them too.
You think Coleman's got them?
No. Remember, Galvez isn't some pencil pusher.
Yeah. The KGB will have eyes on Coleman night and day too. Which could mean they knew what the CIA would try to do and are just staying out of sight.
Let's hope so. See what you can get out of the KGB, Gaz.
All right, back to work.
I better get moving.
Snake, we haven't detected any signs that Peace Walker's been activated, at least from above ground. It's still in the hangar you were in earlier. This time, it's really our last chance. Destroy that AI.
On my way.
Okay. Anything?
France has produced many philosophers over the years. Descartes, Bataille, Sartre, Baudrillard.
Yeah, I'm familiar with Sartre myself. He called Che Guevara the most complete man of the century, didn't he? Smart guy.
He does tend to sympathize with the left. What else do you know about him?
That's it.
You know nothing else?
Nope.
Ooh la la! The man is one of the giants of existentialism, you know?
Existentialism? I've been meaning to look into that. Nothing more dangerous than sneaking in without first securing an exit.
No, existentialism. Sometimes I wonder if my English is not better than yours.
Sorry, I'm just not into philosophy.
Ah, is that so? I would imagine it might really enrich your life.
I'd rather take action now than spend time thinking about what we are or how we're supposed to live. I guess you could say I live my philosophy.
Interesting. That sounds like something Sartre would say.
Yeah?
He says we are born with no defined nature, and that we are free to make ourselves what we wish.
Free? So he was one of those devil-may-care kind of guys, huh?
No. Actually, he meant that because we are free to create our own life, we must take full responsibility for our actions. Man is condemned to be free, is how he put it.
Condemned to be free.
But then, others will take it upon themselves to define who you are.
I've been feeling that way lately. I keep telling people to call me Snake, but nobody seems to listen.
Sartre also says, hell is other people.
Hell? Well, we are outside of heaven.
Do you have an interest in the visual arts, Snake?
Not really. Please, no deep conversation.
But you have heard of Picasso, yes?
Yeah, I've heard the name.
Sadly, Monsieur Picasso, co-founder of Cubism, passed away in the south of France last year. France was his home, you know.
Huh? I thought he was born in Spain.
Do you know his full name?
Pablo Picasso. Anyone would know he's Spanish with a name like...
Huh. Shows what you know.
What do you mean?
Okay, here we go. Pablo Diego José Francisco de la Pala Juan Nepomuceno Maria de los Remedios Cipriano de la Santísima Trinidad Ruiz y Picasso. What do you think? That was his full name.
Still, I don't see how...
a master of modern art, a genius who crafted over 100,000 works in various styles, spending the greater part of his life in France. The man is a part of our culture.
Yeah, that kind of stuff is of limited use in my field. But back to the point. Picasso was Spanish, right? Or am I missing something? He wasn't French, right? Right? Cecile.
What difference does it make? It does not matter if he was from Spain or from Mars. Picasso is Picasso. It does not change the fact that he lived in France, nor does it take away from his monumental legacy. Why do you care so much about where he was from, anyway? Whatever happened to the Sans Frontières part of Militaire Sans Frontières?
You started it.
What was that?
Nothing.
Tell me, Snake, do you ever put sweets in your rations?
Never thought about it before. Why?
Ah, I simply love them. French sweets are très délicieux. Everyone knows crepes, but there are also profiteroles, eclairs, madeleines, financiers. Then there's tarte-tatin, and you can't forget Savarin. Oh, and millefiori, crepes, blancmange.
Yeah, you already mentioned crepes.
Soufflés, croquembouche, cannelle, Florentine, Queen Amagne, peach melbas.
Finished?
And macaroons. I love those the most. Macaroon Parisian are the best. They are so cute and colorful, and they contain meringue, so they melt right in your mouth.
Wow. I'd no idea macaroons were that popular in France, too.
What do you mean in France, too?
Macaroons are those coconut-flavored cookies, right?
Oh, excuse you?
Excuse you?
Almond powder, not coconuts.
Don't they have peanuts in them? I've had them in Japan a few times. I thought they were called macarons.
Macarons? Some cheap imitation, I am sure. French macaroons have a long and distinguished history. They date back to the 16th century when Catherine de' Medici of Florence married into the French royal family. The story goes that her pâtissier shared the recipe after they arrived. That is a history of over 500 years.
So, they're originally from Italy, then?
Well,
Don't macaroons come from Italy, too?
Look, I do not really think...
Keep in mind, macaron is almost identical to macaroni.
Well, that settles it.
I cannot believe this. To associate macaroons with macaroni? You, Monsieur Miller, are an insensible oaf.
Hey, why am I the bad guy? Come on, Cecile, wait! Cecile!
Wait, what? What happened to the drunk one? Did that not come up until later? Pretty sure we didn't do it. Archer, also, yeah, I guess it shows up after.
Snake, Peace Walker is being prepped for activation in the hangar at the bottom of the base. Get in there and destroy the AI before it's activated.
Let's go.
Time's running short. Get over to Peace Walker's hangar now.
Freeze.
the elevator arrives. Don't let anyone detect you. Fulton recovery helicopter is complete. Enemies that coordinate their attacks are too much trouble when you're solo. Just steer clear. Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Did I just hear a POW?
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
Freeze.
There we go.
All right, Peace Walker can't be far. Hurry.
The enemy's close!
Freeze.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
No more Fultons.
It's too late, Big Boss.
Snake!
Boss. At last I found her. The culprit who led you here to begin with. Should have taken care of her back at the supply facility.
Snake, don't!
The mammal pod is finished. Peace Walker's activation sequence is complete. Finished.
With the boss, you were loyal to the end. I'll grant you that. But your silence was exactly the answer I needed. 10 years ago, your mission was to kill her. And her mission was to be killed by you. She fulfilled her duty to America to the very end. Thanks to you, Snake, the final missing piece is now in place. And thus, the boss is restored to life as the mammal part. I thank you.
Restored to life? You're crazy. I'll let you in on a little secret, Big Boss. You see, I've already selected Peace Walker's initial target. An offshore area in the Caribbean. The trade winds will scatter the fallout all over the surrounding region. Crops and fish will die, leaving plenty of free hands to help us mass-produce Peace Walker. Oh, and wouldn't you know, someone's gone and built a pesky little fortress there. Now who would do that? And right in the middle of the target zone, too. Oh well, All the better to test the warhead, CEP.
You bastard!
I wonder who'll miss a ragtag band of pirates all the way out in the middle of the Caribbean. But first, we're going to prove to the White House that our baby can travel the Caribbean coast on its own. The whole world will know of Peace Walker's versatility. They'll witness the birth of a deterrent that can penetrate both communist and guerrilla-controlled territory, traverse any kind of terrain, and deliver a nuke anywhere it needs to go. Untouchable. Unstoppable. The perfect deterrent.
The Cold War's days are numbered. Deterrence isn't only about America and Russia now.
You know what? You're absolutely right. While we've been wringing our hands, China, France, even India have surpassed us. There's a free-for-all nuclear arms race brewing just below the surface. The nuclear threat will only spread, which is exactly why we must deter it, here and now. And the Peace Walker Project is the key. The advent of Peace Walker will bring calm to this restless world. Don't you see, Snake? We need nukes, controlled nukes, to have peace.
Lies!
Peace Walker will restore order. Order in the form of a new Cold War. But if the world is to understand the genius of our plan, we must launch!
Snake!
Stop them, Snake! Don't let him get away!
Shoot at it, see what happens.
What? What did I do?
Self-defense system online. Self-defense system online.
Snake, the pod's outfitted with a self-defense module. Upon detecting attack, it aborts its command and enters small target suppression mode. Right now, Peace Walker's highest priority target is you. Here it comes.
Okay, let me think. Go to Mother Base. So, someone was going to take over at 8, but plans have changed. It looks like I'm going to be here for quite a while. We might actually get a chance to finish Peace Walker instead of dragging it on into a 4th stream of mine. Lobo smells like a rotting corpse to me. Ah, they're fine. It was the same guy who did art a few days ago. Right, Antonio. Fuck was I gonna do? I already can't remember. Yeah, RD again, right? Certainly take better rations. Or curry. How's this soda? Oh, 0 calorie soda. I should have known that. 0 calorie soda in 1974? That must have tasted like dog shit. Ugh. That aspartame feel in your stomach after you've had like a big fake fucking drink at the theater or something. My stomach feels fucked if I drink aspartame. It's fucking disgusting. It happens every time. Peace Walker battle.
Peace Walker's active, and its self-defense system is targeting you, Snake. You better find a way to stop it quick.
Self-defense system online. Gustav. Do.
Be careful, Snake. I have no advice on dealing with El Basilisco's attacks, but you may be able to use its size against it. Its movements will probably be just as big, meaning it should give some kind of warning before most of its attacks.
That's true.
It might be good to start out by studying its movements, watching what it does before each attack. That should help you avoid most of them. And weapons that walk always have one guaranteed weakness.
The legs.
Right. Destroy its legs, and you'll stop it from moving. You might even be able to knock it on its back if you're lucky. Just make sure you are out of the way first.
Peace Walker contains an assembly of 2 AI pods. One of them is the Mammal Pod, which Dr. Strangelove developed. The other's the Reptile Pod, which is mine.
What's the difference?
The Reptile Pod is the Attitude Control AI. If it's destroyed, Peace Walker grinds to a halt. The Mammal Pod is responsible for making the decisions regarding nuclear retaliation, reflex, and thought. One is the brainstem and cerebellum, the other the cerebrum.
So, the one that houses the will of the boss
would be the Mammal Pod.
The Mammal Pod.
We call it the Reptile Pod for a reason. The parts of our brains that govern basic life and reflex developed ages ago, when our ancestors were still reptiles.
We were reptiles?
Well, only at one stage of our evolution. The theory was proposed by the neuroscientist Paul MacLean.
Huh.
The reptile brain corresponds to the brainstem and basal ganglia in our brain. The reptile pod also incorporates the functions of the cerebellum.
So basically, it's the deep parts of the brain.
Dr. Strangelove came up with the name.
Holy fuck, I just fucked up the whole schedule for a second there. Everybody would have been pissed. Luckily, Control-Z exists. Fuck.
The part of our brain that developed after we became mammals is responsible for high-level brain functions.
Such as?
Such as intelligence, judgment, even love.
That's high level, all right.
Location-wise, the mammal brain is on the outside of the reptile brain. The cerebral cortex is part of it. I think it's very telling that Dr. Strangelove named her pod Mammal. It's almost like she wants it to be more than just an advanced AI. What she really wants is for it to have a mind of its own.
A mammal pod. Okay. Yeah.
Self-defense system online. Flamethrower engaged.
Do you have enough ammo and careful not to let it step on you?
You don't say. That's some useful advice.
Face me.
Get too close and it'll use that flamethrower.
Firing rocket launcher. Launching S-mines.
Cluster bombs.
Fuck you. Stop moving your ass. It's fucking annoying. Ow.
She telegraphed her flame attack. Watch for it. Watch out! It can fire those missiles backwards, too.
Stupid. Fell off that edge.
Launching S-mines.
Aim for the leg. Watch out! Get too close and it'll use... She telegraphs her flame attack. She telegraphs her flame attack. She telegraphs her flame attack. Watch for it.
Launching S-mines.
Launching ass mines. Launching ass mine.
Launching S-mines.
Oh shit.
Flamethrower engaged.
They've okayed the request for supporting fire. It should commence any second now.
Face me. Firing
Face me. Ow. You fucking asshole. Jesus, I haven't seen that in a while.
Shoot it down before it hits.
Fuck that. Ooh, close. I just get KO'd. Son of a bitch. And I'm probably dead. Jesus, Snake, come on. Fuck this.
Flamethrower engaged.
Keep shooting its left leg. Hopefully it falls over. Fuck.
Left drive motor charging.
Oh god, here we go. Launching ass mines. KO'd again. Awesome. Come on.
Do you have enough ammo and items? Send us a support
Fuck off. Get your fucking legs out of here. Oh. He's gonna get KO'd again.
Launching S-mines.
No. Where did I throw it?
They're about to commence the requested supporting fire. Stay clear. They've okayed the request for support. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak.
Launching S-mines.
The ass mines. Ugh, stop turning, please. Can't hit shit. Oh, I'm KO'd for a third time. Oh. KO really sucks in this game. Especially if the flamethrower comes out and murders me. Holy shit. Can I shoot now for once? There we go. Finally.
Defense system online. Reinitializing power. Launching SS mines. Lock. Engaged. Flame thrower. Red. Counter. Reinitializing power. Flame thrower. Engaged. Switching. Online. Lock. Disengaged.
Snake, it's getting away!
Shut.
There it is. It's still in range.
Peace Walker's estimated top speed on level terrain is 25 miles an hour.
Come on, I bet you can do at least 30.
Haas is on board the Hind too.
I noticed that.
She's our client. We have to protect her. Snake, don't let Peace Walker get away.
The day is dawning. Go! Yeah! Yeah!
Yeah.
Yeah! 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 Yeah!
Snake, you're entering the woods. Watch out! Peace Walker's getting away.
Yeah. I hear Kiefer sounds. Endless. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I found my head.
We're losing sight of it.
Yeah! 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 Yeah!
Approaching the border.
See you around, big boss.
Holy, look at that. Snake, that's the border up ahead.
Yeah. Whoops. No, not close.
Damn it.
Battle dress. Finally.
Snake.
Kaz, Peace Walker's gone. They've got Paz too.
Yeah, but...
Why, Kaz? What would Coleman want with Paz?
Paz was with the professor, i.e. the KGB. Once Coleman discovered that, he figured out what was really going on between Paz and Galvez.
He's trying to figure out how the KGB plan to stop Peace Walker. And he thinks he can get the info from Paz.
That's crazy. Paz won't know anything.
Oh, he probably doesn't buy that.
You think Galvez has already been killed? By grabbing Paz, Coleman's saying...
Stay out of this, or lose your client.
Damn it! I can't believe we didn't realize what was going on before we lost contact with Paz.
Don't have time for that, Kaz.
Snake.
Paz needs our help.
Right. This isn't about money anymore. You better move. We know where they're headed.
Yeah.
You can thank Amanda.
Snake, that river you chased the Basilisco across is the Rio San Juan. The other side is our country. I had some Nicaraguan compas track it there. They're Focos, from the GPP faction, so we don't work together so much.
Where'd it go?
West, along the border, towards Lago Cocibolca.
There's a U.S. military supply base on the southeastern shore of the lake. Ever since that earthquake 2 years ago, America's had the entire region to itself.
That is where the Basilisco is. I'm sure of it.
Lago Cocibolca. How do I get across the border?
There's a route that we use to cross. It's just a little boat, but I can introduce you to the captain.
I appreciate it.
We will never leave Nicaragua at the mercy of someone like William Walker again.
Snake, Coleman's going to launch the nuke from that base. He's targeting MSF. Based on what Huey's told us, it'll take 2 more days to prep for launch. But it looks like there's another reason they picked that date.
What's that?
Tomorrow is day 1 of a U.S.-Soviet summit in Vladivostok. The launch is probably connected somehow.
That's right. They're holding the SALT II talks.
You think Coleman's trying to disrupt the negotiations?
Either that, or use it as a bargaining chip.
He's still got Paz, too. At any rate, we're running out of time.
I'll figure something out.
Stop the enemy's advance. Stop the enemy's advance in the AI weapon hangar while Snake fights Peace Walker. Allowing even a single enemy to breach your defense result in instant mission failure.
Let's get this mission started. Complete the mission and proceed to the Fulton recovery point so we can get you back alive and well. Good luck out there.
I don't have a shotgun yet, do I? I might actually get to finish Peace Walker today. Because I just got a bunch of hours dumped on me. Which I don't mind. Let's see. Pipefish. Nice. Oh yeah, 3 different weapons. I'm gonna bomb the shit out of everybody. Like a real boy. Assassin box. This, but I'll put it on anyway. Right, supply. Go support as well. No, not support, we're talking about strike. Do it.
Stop the enemy reinforcements. Don't let them get in the boss's way.
Dude, how many do you have to kill? Is that where they go? Holy fucking shit. You're just gonna keep coming here? This is a ridiculous mission.
You're doing all right in there.
Try to spare them if you can.
No. I'm gonna blow them all the fuck up.
They may be the enemy, but they are still human beings. You're going to kill those people?
Whoops. Fucking hit myself. Awesome. What? It hit me, not him? Fucking bullshit. Fucking bullshit. Might actually be easier. Stunning these guys. What? Just ran right through me? He's gone.
That area is not part of the mission.
This is where it fails, I think. Yeah.
The mission's a failure. Return to base.
Gotta be a better way to do this. Don't I have like an M63 or something? M60, M63. You don't even have to do this mission, but okay, submachine guns. Yeah, there we go. M6. Right, like this. Suppose I could use those smokes as well. They're all chasing the boss. Like someone MSF stays behind.
Stop the enemy reinforcements.
Just stop them all, I guess. Who the fuck is shooting? He just turned blue? Yeah, yeah. What? Who the fuck did that? Fucking asshole. Yeah, this might be a bit better.
You're doing all right in there.
Some lazy shit right here. But it works, I guess. Kill them all. Let God sort them out.
Keep it up.
$19 left. What's up, Teat? There we go.
That should do it. Nice work, people.
Oh.
Hey, that was great. Can't wait to see what else you can do.
Let's see. Wait to see another 40 guys that you murder. Awarded for completing over 100 headshots. New insignia. Nice. Oh yeah, I forgot about the snake gear retrieval one. Retrieve all the gear taken from Snake when he was captured. Make your way to the goal. That's a good one, actually. This is, yeah, back in time a little bit.
Bad news. The boss has fallen into enemy hands. I'm sure he'll find a way to escape. Actually, I'm more worried about his gear. He's gonna have a tough time without it. That's where you come in. I need you to sneak in through the mine's underground passage and recover all of the boss's equipment. I know you'd like to rescue him yourself, but have faith. This will be more than enough. I'll be watching you. Good luck.
Big Manic's gonna save the day. Oh wait, Pipefish.
Stealth.
Sneaking. Why don't they have anything on? I do this every time. And curry latte. Fulton. I just choose the Fulton? What the fuck? Strike and supply. Go back in time and do a mission. I should have done it when I was going by.
Gather up all the boss's equipment and hurry.
5 pieces in 6 minutes.
Enemy attack.
Do these apples first. The fuck? Where was he walking? Oh, whatever.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
Okay. Looking around for stuff. Guess the rations were his.
Recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Anything that you can pick up, I guess, is boss's equipment.
I know I saw something.
Crap. We're gonna have to do this multiple times just to figure it out.
Hey!
Hey. Ooh.
I know I saw something. Enemy attack!
Stop running away, you fucking asshole.
What's wrong?
Got a love box.
What's going on over there?
Nothing's going on. Nothing at all.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
Oh, is there one in the elevator?
Hide until the elevator arrives. Don't let anyone detect you.
Yep. You little bastard. How do I get up there? Half minutes.
More of the boss's equipment is still out there. Make sure you recover it all.
Great, there's one left and I have no fucking idea where it is. Shit. The hallways, maybe? I don't know. 2 minutes. Seriously, that's it. I don't see anything down that hallway. It's timing to run out of silencer. Oh, it was right there. Okay.
Head for the recovery zone. We'll pick you up there.
I can find the fucking recovery zone. Oh, there it is.
Hey, that was great. Can't wait to see what else you can do.
Presume we can't do any or build any pieces of Zeke yet. Oh shit. We do. We have the walkie in it. Cool. Power unit, nope. Legs, nope. Head, nope. Right, we need to put more parts on it before we can put on a finished radome.
Walker has crossed the border and entered a U.S. military supply base on the southeastern shore of Lago Cosibolca. Coleman's targeting the MSF plant. That's us. Don't let it launch that nuke. Destroy Peace Walker.
Nukes. Heaven's Divide. Oh, try to remember.
Combat.
Let's set up another one. Yes.
The river that flows between Nicaragua and Costa Rica is el Río San Juan. It connects Lago Cocibolca to el Mar Caribe. It is a gentle river, safe even for small boats. You have to watch out for the sharks, though.
Sharks? In a river?
El Tiburón Toro live in the river, but there's nothing to fear. San Juan will protect you always.
Juan?
The Rio San Juan takes its name from San Juan, the man who baptized Jesus, the man you call John the Baptist in your country.
John, huh? I'll be careful anyway. I'd hate to drown. End up a John Doe.
There is a volcanic island in Lago Cocibolca called Ometepe. It's formed from two connected volcanoes shaped like a porongo.
The one with smoke coming out of it.
That's the one. The smoking volcano is Concepcion. It erupts once in a while. The other one is Maderas. It's never erupted in recorded history. There's a lake in the caldera at the top.
A crater lake. Let's hope there's not another underground factory inside.
Don't say that. If Peace Walker's nukes detonated there, it would destabilize the magma underneath. It could cause the volcano to erupt again. If that happens, my country is doomed. Snake, you must stop Peace Walker.
The name's Yui.
What are we gonna do, Snake? If Peace Walker attacks Mother Base...
Relax. We've got the entire MSF out to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah, but Peace Walker's missiles have 1 megaton warheads. The fireball alone would be a mile in diameter. Everything in the vicinity of Ground Zero will be vaporized by the heat rays. Then there's the blast, which travels at hundreds of miles per hour. And the fires, and the...
A huge dose of radiation from the initial nuclear reaction.
That too. There won't be a single survivor.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. Look, Doc, you made that thing. You know better than anybody what it's capable of. Right now, you've got to give me a rational, scientific estimate of the damage. If we're talking about a nuclear explosion, it's more than just MSF's problem.
You're right, Snake. Sorry about that. Like I was saying, Mother Base would be wiped out. Any ships in the area could be caught in the blast too. We'd need to send out a warning. The thing to worry about most is the fallout.
The dust of death.
If it goes off over water, the particles will be smaller than with an explosion over land, so the wind will scatter the fallout over a wider area. Clouds will form around the salt crystals in the seawater, causing contaminated rain to fall downwind.
Yeah, got a taste of that myself.
On Bikini Atoll? That's right. The 1954 Castle Bravo test created fallout 300 miles downwind. Poisoned a lot of local residents and ships, so I hear. The yield of Peace Walker's warheads isn't that big, but the amount of fallout will largely depend on weather conditions. It's impossible to make a quick and easy estimate.
If it gets into the trade winds, it could come straight to Costa Rica.
What was it Coldman was saying? About leaving people free to help out? He's out of his mind. What does he think's gonna happen? When they get hit by rain containing high concentrations of fallout, a lot of them will die from the external exposure alone. The rain will seep into the ground, contaminating the water supply and crops. When they ingest the stuff, the internal exposure starts. Strontium-90 and cesium-137 have half-lives of around 30 years. The effects stay with you your entire life. Leukemia, cataracts, dermatitis, cancer. And it affects reproduction, too.
I know.
Even today,
Why does
30
Huey look
years
all
after World
slimy all
War
the time?
II, thousands of people still suffer from exposure to the bomb. We can't let Coldman create more of them just to prove his point. I know it sounds crazy, but I created Peace Walkers so that that kind of thing would never happen again.
Don't worry, Doc. We'll stop it. One way or another.
You got it, boss.
Take the gondola west along the river. When you reach the northern bank, you are in Nicaragua. I've arranged for a guide to get you close. Snake!
Chico.
Sorry about the horse. He sure was pretty.
Life's end. Isn't it beautiful? It's almost tragic. I've been waiting, Snake, for a long time.
Boss.
There is nothing more for me to give you. All that's left for you to take is my life. By your own hand. One must die, and one must live. No victory, no defeat. The survivor will carry on the fight. The one who survives will inherit the title of boss. Kill me. Kill me now. There's only room for one boss. And one snake.
The boss's defection was a ruse set up by the US government. But then something happened that no one could have predicted. Colonel Volgin fired an American-made nuclear warhead at Sokolov's research facility. So the operation itself was greatly expanded and revised. The authorities in Washington knew that in order to prove their innocence, they'd have to get rid of the boss. And that one of their own would have to do the job. The boss wouldn't be allowed to come back home alive. And she wouldn't be allowed to kill herself. Her life would be ended by her most beloved disciple. That was the way that the government wanted it. That was the mission she was given. The taint of disgrace will follow her to her grave. Future generations will revile her. In America as a despicable traitor with no sense of honor. And in Russia as a monster who unleashed a nuclear catastrophe. She will go down in official history as a war criminal. That was her final mission. Snake, history will never know what she did. No one will ever learn the truth. Her story, her debriefing, will endure only in your heart. Everything she did for her country. She sacrificed her life and her honor for her native land. She was a real hero. She was a true patriot.
Something's not right. Key guard doesn't look too bad.
What do you think?
Gonna need some help. This is Snake. Can you hear me?
This is Miller. Loud and clear.
Got in without a hitch.
Good. There's an airfield on the other side of the building, on the northwestern shore of the lake. That's where they'll conduct the launch. There's a communications tower in front of you. I'm betting they'll control Peace Walker from there.
Cause they're targeting Mother Base. Don't you think you should evacuate?
Nah. Everybody here believes in you, boss.
Alright, fine.
Yeah, out of all those guys, no one leaves. Okay.
Myself.
Stupid anime.
But Amanda and her people.
They've been taken to safety. We can't involve them in this any further.
Good. They've got their own cause to fight for.
And Snake. Don't forget the bad guys have got Paz.
I won't.
Bus.
We're prepping a few backup units. Don't let them launch, Snake. We're counting on you.
See the communications tower to the west? Head for that, Snake.
The enemy's close!
Fuck. I need to fuck it up right away. Should I just restart? Yeah. Usually I bring a Mark 22, but
See the communications tower to the west? Head for that, Snake.
Alert status!
Understood. Dispatching reinforcements. Proceed with extra caution.
oh, dancing. Right in the penis, bro.
Understood. Eliminate all hostiles.
Right. Kill everyone.
You can't move on if the enemy knows where you are. Lie low for a while and wait for them to lift the alert.
Can I go while orange, yellow, whatever that is? Nope.
You can't move on if the enemy knows where you are. Lie low for a while and wait for them to...
Well, fuck you. Fuck it. Let's go.
Enemy sighted, preparing to attack.
Understood. Eliminate all hostiles.
They were ties? What? What the fuck? Nice. Mass murderer mode. The lully lully lull.
Paz.
Snake,
Can you hear me?
Look at that dick sucking mouth.
I can hear you.
Where are you?
I am not sure. I don't recognize it.
What about Coldman?
He just left for the control tower. Said something about entering the final data. What is the matter?
They found me.
Snake!
Kaz.
Snake, you okay? All MSF's ready to move out. They're headed your way on the double.
Are you serious?
There's a skeleton crew manning the base. Everyone else is en route to the base in Nicaragua. Snake, think you can make it to that control tower?
Not sure why, but this place is crawling with Russian troops. Gonna have to force my way through.
What the hell's going on?
Damned if I know.
Get over there quick as you can. You're almost there, Snake. Stay steady.
Snake,
I'm coming, Paz.
do not worry about me. I am an angel of peace. I will be watching over you.
Here goes nothing.
Right, it's this one that's Heaven's Divide, isn't it?
Walker's being controlled from the control tower. It's to the northeast. Get going. We'll be there to back you up.
Damn, that base is even more heavily guarded than Amanda's men said it would be.
No kidding. It's gonna be tough to crack without some serious hardware.
You may end up having to fight fire with fire, so be ready to use force if necessary. Take as many weapons and items as you can carry. The more protection you have, the better.
Roger. I'll keep that in mind when I pick my suit.
I'll meet up with you ASAP, Snake. Hang tight for just a little longer.
You got it.
Do it.
The control tower that's controlling Peace Walker is located to the northeast. Go back east the way you came, then head north from there.
Damn. Oh, now he pops out. Just killing everyone's so good.
Your objective lies beyond the gate. They've okayed the request for support. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak.
There we go. I love this area. The destruction you can cause. Holy fuck. Okay, could you reload? That'd be good. Oh, my controller just died. That's problematic. Hold on.
Get up! Please! Here, I will do the cancel for you!
Yo, this other controller I'm trying to use is fucked. It's hitting L1 by itself.
The control tower! Mark the control tower! Hurry!
Oh, that's garbage. Trying to use this. Asshole. Waste one. Fuck off. Kick it in the face. Brando body.
Your objective lies beyond the gate.
Fuck off.
They've okayed the request for support. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak.
Ooh. We get to blow up the structural area again.
This terrain leaves you completely exposed. Can you make something to conceal yourself? RPGs, this could be trouble.
Oh, you're the one. Bring a love box that I can shoot down this hallway, run faster with. Jesus fucking Christ. What even knocked me down? Fuck right off. Freaking rocket. Fuck, man. Fuck up.
No, not outside. You'll be shot dead in a second.
You're going to run out of cover, Snake! Oh no! It is crumbling away!
You're almost there. Neutralize all enemy soldiers and take the control tower.
I pray you make it through, okay, Snake? You have to ground that chopper fast! Oh no! You're going to run out of cover! You have to ground that chopper fast!
You don't need no stinking turrets. That's close.
I pray you make it through, okay, Snake?
Nice shot. Look, Snake, the gate. These must be the last ones. Finish them off and head on through.
Rip.
Good job. Now get in there. Head north.
Just killing the heavily armored soldiers is just very satisfying. Quickly killing them. Blow them out of the way. Big boss.
Snake!
Big Boss, you made it. Too late, though. The false data's already in place.
False data?
That's right. Peace Walker is designed for deterrence, nothing more. She is incapable of initiating a nuclear attack on her own. She will only awaken and attack when it's time to retaliate. Peace Walker is a weapon of peace, after all. First, we'll enter data for an imaginary Soviet nuclear strike on the U.S. homeland. After assessing the data as a threat, Peace Walker will automatically enter retaliation mode, selecting the optimal target from a predefined list. For this scenario, we have reverse engineered the false data so that she'll inevitably end up choosing the Caribbean Sea as her target.
You're really gonna do it, aren't you?
Know this. Peace Walker's retaliation will be the first and last of the Cold War. It is the only way we will ever come close to achieving true peace. All that is left is to enter the code.
No! Stand down, Big Boss.
You're late.
Professor.
Professor?
Yes, well, taking over the base took longer than expected. But I brought the technology. What? You provided the money and land. Center alone could never have accomplished so much in so little time.
Zadornov, you backstabbing son of a...
Backstabbing? Correct me if I'm wrong, but were we not enemies all along? Do you really think my comrades were working for the company? Do you truly think we'd faithfully serve a pack of depraved capitalist dogs?
What are you going to do?
Launch a nuke. Target Cuba.
Have you lost your mind? What would you possibly gain?
We won't be the ones launching it. You, the Americans, will attack our ally, Cuba.
What?
Think, Coldman. We're on an American base, eagerly endorsed and supplied by a pro-American regime. What's the international community to think? The world will burn with anti-American sentiment. Communism will spread across Latin America unchecked. Let the age of deterrence be undone by the deterrent itself. Such is the Kremlin's plan.
You son of a bitch!
Us, come here. Shoot him.
Professor Galvez.
I am Vladimir Zadornov. And Vladimir means ruler of peace. Now, do as you're told, boss.
Don't do it!
Remember what they did to you at their base on the coast. For what Coldman's done, he deserves nothing less than death.
Boss, I'm sorry.
I can't.
Truly a child of peace.
No! Wait!
Only fitting that retribution be delivered by a dead hand.
You missed on purpose.
Your part in this isn't done. I need you to enter the code. Doctor, the target is now Cuba. Please make the necessary modifications. And don't even think of resisting. I'll crush you, but only after I crush your beloved first.
No. Not that!
Cuba is now the retaliation target.
Very well.
Good. It is done. As for you, Big Boss, I've been watching you all along. You've performed beyond even my highest expectations. A true Commandante.
What are you talking about?
Why do you think I summoned you to Costa Rica? Had you make contact with the Sandinistas? A true intelligence operative never gets his hands dirty. Need a revolution? Manipulate the locals into doing it for you.
You mean Amanda and the Sandinistas?
You've done well. You took a ragtag band of guerrillas, children, and shaped them into a full-fledged, formidable army. And now, you'll truly become our century's most complete human being.
Che Guevara?
None other. A hero who, gunned down by the CIA, becomes a legendary icon. The Sandinistas will rise up in revenge, overthrowing the pro-American regime and wresting Nicaragua from US hands. And the nuclear strike on Cuba naturally will be the last straw.
Mammal pod data entry is complete.
Dead at age 39. Just like El Che. Ironic, isn't it? In the end, a legend is merely fiction. You'll die as the boss did, and become as did she, an eternal fraud.
Go! Go! Go!
Freeze!
You dare point your gun at a comrade?
We will not be pawns of the KGB. We will win our own victory!
Hasta la victoria siempre!
Amanda! We're home! Look! We're back in Nika! We did it, Amanda! I mean... Comandante!
Boss, you hurt?
I'm fine.
Big boss.
Big boss! Big boss! Big boss!
Big balls. Big balls. Big balls. Dick balls. Dick balls. Dick balls.
You're a regular Joan of Arc.
Dick balls. Dick balls.
You saved my life. You're the heroes here.
I never figured you for a softie.
It's old, but it's still funny as hell to me.
Thanks. It's good to see you.
Dick balls. Dick balls. Dick balls.
Paz can stay with us until she's back on her feet.
And the professor?
We'll find him a nice, comfy cell. Coldman's lost a lot of blood. He may not make it.
Where's Amanda?
Back with her compas. She'll catch up later. How about you, Snake?
I'm not done yet.
The AI.
I have to finish this. That boss is a fake. I'm gonna bury it.
We'll save the champagne until you get back. May as well celebrate peace while it lasts.
I didn't bring her back to life because I was forced to. I wanted to know how she really felt. How it really ended.
The boss is dead.
No, she's alive.
Some truths are better left buried.
You don't mean that. Be honest. You want to know too, don't you? Whether what you saw and heard at the end was the truth. She'll tell us. I know she will. Thank you for stopping them. And I'm sorry. I can't imagine how it hurt.
I'll live. I'm used to shock therapy.
You are? Well, it's very kind of you to say. Let's go meet her, shall we? Get in, boss.
Don't pick up a gun unless you know how to use it. Aiming a weapon alone doesn't make it a deterrent. You're the angel of peace. Leave the guns to us. That was our agreement, remember? The army's leaving Costa Rica now. The mission is complete. Paz?
Thank you.
What's that noise? What'd he do?
I should have killed you when I had the chance. Norhead's nightmare is about to begin.
What?
Peace Walker.
determines retaliation targets based on enemy nuclear strike data. That data can be sent to third parties as well.
We got big problems, Snake. Coldman's activated the nuclear launch switch.
What? And the target's Cuba.
Yeah, but that's not it. The son of a bitch has screwed us all over.
When Peace Walker was activated, it started transmitting the false data set to NORAD. It's using a spread spectrum MLF signal. It can't be blacked out, even by EMP.
There's no way to tell the difference between false data and the real thing on a radar screen. NORAD will have no idea it's all a ruse generated by Peace Walker. They'll think it's a real Soviet attack. They'll pass on the data to the National Military Command Center.
And Washington will have to choose whether or not to retaliate.
This could get ugly. Unless we stop it, we're looking at a retaliatory chain reaction.
No. No need to panic. The nightmare will end soon enough.
What do you mean?
Coldman's aim is for the bureaucrats in Washington to see the importance of a machine like Peace Walker. He's trying to prove that humans don't possess the will to launch nukes.
Everything will be fine. They'll never retaliate. They're only human.
Kaz, where's the president?
Last I heard, he was in the middle of SALT II negotiations in Vladivostok.
With the president gone, Nuclear Launch Authority passes to the next person in the chain of succession.
The vice president's gone too. So after him comes the speaker.
President, vice president. Not one among them has the courage to push the button. No one willing to enter history as the Great Destroyer. In the end, it's not their lives that people value most. It's their reputations.
The bureaucrats in Washington may not be able to retaliate. Peace Walker, on the other hand, she's loyal to the mission above all. And she's well aware that guaranteed retaliation is essential for nuclear deterrence to work.
Peace Walker is the perfect deterrent. Cuba would not have been my choice of targets. But you can't make peace without breaking a few eggs. Now that Peace Walker has the false data, retaliation is inevitable.
Are you insane? You think it'll end there? You're about to unleash all-out nuclear war!
Somebody find out what's going on at NORAD.
Mammal's got a connection to NORAD. We could monitor it with the right equipment.
I've got you covered. I've got NORAD on the line.
Sir, we're tracking unidentified targets. Current apogee 20 degrees.
Estimated time of re-entry is 2250 Zulu.
Have you contacted the president?
Coverall is not responding.
Warning system checks out. No corresponding natural signatures. Data is assessed as reliable.
Cut the data transmission. We can't say for sure Washington isn't going to retaliate.
The only one who knows the abort code is me. I die, and no one can turn it off. Even if they do strike back, I'll already be dead. I can only pray that my theory, my peace, is proven right.
Go to DEFCON 3. Get Zach on the phone.
This is Crystal Palace. Stand by for an emergency meeting.
They're at DEFCON 3.
The false data and the nukes are both coming from the same source. You have to stop Peace Walker.
The only way is to destroy her. She's entered launch mode. Peace Walker's rendered her judgment. The target is Cuba.
Snake, don't let it launch the nuke.
sake. You've got to destroy the platform.
Base first. Plant. Place is still fucking tight. Can make it way bigger over time. Of box right B.
Snake, don't let it launch the nuke.
Snake, you have to stop the launch. It's going to strike Cuba.
I know.
The situation's changed completely now that it has been upgraded. I do not know if your old tactics will work, but the basic strategy remains the same. Try to anticipate what it's going to do before it does it, so you probably won't have as much time to stand around staring.
Wasn't counting on it. I'll manage somehow.
Snake, you have to stop Peace Walker from launching that nuke.
Calm down. What do I need to do?
To tell you the truth, I don't really know. The mammal pod has probably enhanced both its thought patterns and mobility. The S-mines, rockets, flamethrowers, they're all the same, but I don't know what else to say. You'll just have to stay sharp and watch for how it behaves before each of the attacks.
I'll give it a shot. There's no time for anything else.
Sorry I can't be more helpful. You can do it, Snake.
I guess.
You've got to stop Peace Walker before she can launch her nuke.
One minute to launch. Self-defense system online. Firing rocket launcher. Commencing re-ignition. 30 seconds to launch.
We're running out of time. It's about to launch. Hurry!
I love when Cause freaks out in a minute here.
Do something! We're too late! Oh God!
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Switching to self-defense mode. Face me. Jump engaged.
Fuck, leg out of the wall.
Flamethrower engaged.
God damn it.
Launching S-mines. 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 Jump engaged. Flamethrower engaged. Jump engaged. Jump engaged. Jump engaged. Initializing nuclear launch sequence. Launch window set. Opening missile hatch.
You've got to stop Peace Walker before she can launch her nuke!
Rocket launcher. Face me. Jump engaged. EMPs at maximum. Firing rocket launcher.
Ah, I fucking. You throw a chaff, but it only drops that shit. Fire ones. Rose uses back there. Got that glow going on its head.
Use the left stick to resist!
You can do it!
Why am I stuck here like this?
Engaged.
Do you have enough ammo? She telegraphed her flame attack! Watch for it! Take out those missiles before they go below ground!
Left right motor charging.
They've okayed the request for support. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak.
Engaged. Firing rocket launcher.
hell are you doing?
Firing drill missiles.
Really not giving me help for this?
Jump engaged.
Ah, I like the dust cloud.
Jump engaged. Initializing nuclear launch sequence. Launch angle set. Heavy missile firing rocket launcher.
She's going back into nuclear launch mode. Stop her, Snake.
Self-defense mode. Jump engaged.
Do you have enough ammo? And she telegraphed her plan. Try to get a read on its rocket's firing pattern. Evade those horizontal jumps by rolling to the side.
Careful!
It can fire rockets behind itself. Evade those horizontal jumps by rolling. Keep an eye on where it's going to land. When that cluster bomb hatch opens, run like hell.
Jump engaged. Jump engaged. Initializing nuclear launch sequence. Launch angle set. 1 minute to launch.
You've got to stop Case Walker before she can launch her nuke.
Switching to self-defense mode. Firing rocket launcher.
They've okayed your request for a cardboard box. It'll be sent out shortly.
Firing drill missiles.
Ow.
EM pulse at maximum.
What the fuck?
Firing drill missiles.
Hi. Not even gonna fire. Fuck. It's the right part.
EM pulse at maximum. Firing drill missiles.
Okay, now's your chance.
Right when I reload that chat.
Engaged. Do you have enough ammo? The missiles won't work now. It's leaking electromagnetic radiation. Do you have enough ammo and items? Send us a support request.
Oh god, come on. The fucking ring pissing me off.
Flamethrower engaged.
It gives you a tiny hand.
Firing rocket launcher.
Mine will have. Oh, fuck.
30 seconds to launch. We're running out of time. It's about to launch. Hurry! It's gonna launch. Do something.
Firing rocket launcher.
We're too late. Look out!
Switching to self-defense mode. Jump engaged.
I'm gonna walk back there again, are you? For fuck's sake.
Firing rocket launcher.
That's funny.
You've got to stop Peace Walker before she can launch her nuke.
Firing rocket launcher. Self-defense mode. Jump engaged. Firing trail missiles.
They've okayed the request for support. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak.
Launching S-mines.
Like the fifth knockout. What's the fifth?
Jump engaged. Red drive motor charging. Jump engaged. Firing trail missiles.
I'm about to be EM Pulse again.
Jump engaged. Thanks.
Shit is still going.
Launching S-mines. Jump engaged. Firing rocket launcher.
Still got 2 bars, man. Come on.
Jump engaged. EM pulse at maximum.
Really. This fight is already long enough. It doesn't need EM pulse. We're really doing this 4-man. Proper way to do it. Turn that shit off. Good. Yeah, what do you got?
Use the left stick to resist. You can do it! The missile won't work now. It's leaking electromagnetic radiation.
Can I fucking shoot, please? Fuck! The very second I fire. Rage inducing.
They've okayed your request for a cardboard box. It'll be sent out shortly.
Oh, you never should have went in there.
Go, 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 go!
Firing kill missiles.
Oh good, what is this, like the 6th time I get KO'd or something? At least 5 now. You seriously just walk right through it. Shooting on fire. Just to break my loss. Finally over, holy fuck.
It stopped moving. Snake, you did it! You stopped the launch!
Huey, how's NORAD?
Not good!
BMUS continues to track the targets on radar.
DSP satellite status is green. Still assessing as reliable.
Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, a representative of the Secretary of Defense and Congress have arrived at NMCC.
You've only damaged the drive system. The data uplink's still intact.
We've got 1,500 Soviet ICBMs crossing the North Pole. Target region is confirmed as the west coast of the United States.
Go to DEFCON 2. Prepare to launch ICBMs.
How do I make it stop?
Peace Walker is a fully autonomous system. Unlike the other machines you fought, its command authorities are all located inside its cerebrum, the mammal pod.
We've got to stop the mammal pod. I don't have the abort code either. Coldman was the only one.
Snake, destroy the AI inside the mammal pod.
The inner barrier protecting the mammal pod is designed to be as strong as a bomb shelter.
What's it gonna take to get through?
I guess an atomic bomb would do it.
You trying to be funny?
No, I'm telling you, that armor was designed to withstand a nuclear war.
We can't get through to the President. The decision is on us.
You can't be serious. There's no way I'm gonna wipe out the human race.
This is the President's call.
There's no time for that. We need a decision now.
Huey, call NORAD. We have to tell them the nukes aren't real.
I'll give it a shot.
Forget the order of succession. If we're all going to hell, let's take those bastards with us.
We have 12 minutes to impact, sir.
May God have mercy on our souls.
Jesus. Coleman guessed wrong. They're gonna go through with it!
The platform sustained a lot of external damage. All we need is some pressure.
Pressure?
Sink it in the lake. With that much water pressure, even the tiniest crack should be enough to flood the innards. The AI pod is a mass of highly sensitive electronics. Short the contacts and the signal will stop.
How much does that thing weigh?
500 tons.
It's hopeless. We can't move that thing.
Get NORAD on the phone.
Incoming MIRV warheads have separated.
Estimated time to impact now, 11 minutes.
Sir, we've got a call.
The President?
No, sir.
Then who?
He,
Spit it out!
He claims to be Big Boss. Big Boss? Patch him through.
Mr. Chairman, I'll get straight to the point. Cancel the retaliatory strike now.
What?
The radar blips you're seeing are all fakes. No one's launched any nukes.
How do you know?
The launch data is fake, part of an experiment that leaked. You weren't supposed to receive it. Your radar is showing missiles that don't exist.
If you're lying, then we've got 10 minutes till we're toast. We have to retaliate or more Americans die.
The experiment was planned and executed by the CIA station chief in Central America.
Then put him on!
He's dead. I can give you his name, though.
We need more than the authentication code you gave the switchboard. We need proof you're actually Big Boss. Do you have any?
All right. If you know the name Big Boss, then maybe you were there at the ceremony when I received the title from President Johnson.
Indeed I was.
We don't have time for this bullshit!
Hold it! Let's hear him out. You were saying?
At the ceremony, the DCI tried to shake my hand. I refused. What happened in that room is classified, top secret. Only a handful of people would know.
He's making it up! Don't listen to him!
Wait! Why did you refuse to shake his hand?
Because I knew where my loyalty belonged.
Everybody, listen to me. Those Soviet missiles are fakes.
What? You're actually going to believe him?
He's right. This is some sort of commie trick.
No, it's the real Big Boss. Trust me.
How can you know for sure?
Because I was the Army Chief of Staff back then, and I was standing right next to the DCI when it happened. I saw everything. You saved us all, Big Boss. We'll stand down the alert.
Thank you.
When we meet again, I hope you'll shake my hand. Oh! What are you doing?
Sorry, Chairman, but we are not standing down.
Damn it!
Those worthless sacks of...
Wait.
Jack. Jack. Oh, it's opening. She's calling to you.
Destroy the mammal pod and the data will stop flowing.
Please, stop her.
I've been waiting, Snake, for a long time. Waiting for your birth, your growth, and the finality of today.
Boss.
I didn't raise you and shape you into the man you are today, just so we could face each other in battle. A soldier's skills aren't meant to be used to hurt friends. So then, what is an enemy? Is there such thing as an absolute timeless enemy? There is no such thing, and never has been. And the reason is that our enemies are human beings like us. They can only be our enemies in relative terms. The world must be made whole again. The philosophers must be reunited. I will devote my skills to that purpose, and with the Colonel's money, I will achieve that end. Just as I once created the Colonels. They are my family. I may no longer be able to bear children, but I still have a family. 10 minutes of our lives. quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. Is my life and my child. Kill me now. Do it. There is nothing left inside me now, waiting for you. Shall we walk through the running lane of space? I may no longer be able to bear children, but I still have it is equal to 3.2546373698888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888888pp
Valid data regions. 0. Exit all done.
It stopped.
The data uplink's bypassing the mammal pod.
Put down the gun! Come to your senses, man! The fate of the world, the fate of the Earth is at stake here!
Why? I don't understand. Answer me! Tell me why! Answer me!
6 minutes remaining. Wait. Authority rests with me now. I'm ordering a retaliation.
No, don't! It's the end of us all!
Who gives a damn? I'm not gonna sit here and die like a dog! If the Russians are gonna kill my family, destroy my country, I'm taking them with me!
You see now, Chairman. Deterrence is just a fool's dream. Why? Why won't it stop?
Sometimes the body continues to live even after the brain is damaged. The boss AI isn't doing this. I think it's something rather more primitive.
Reptile has taken up Mammal's dying wish.
No. Stop it. Don't just sit there. Stop it!
Snake, you have to stop that data from being sent.
Entering terminal, please.
pretty sure you can just sit here and do nothing on this one.
Snake, you have to stop that data from being sent. We're all doomed! Do something, Snake!
Snake. This will mean the end of the world! Is there nothing we can do? I'm scared, Amanda.
Do something, Snake! Oh God! We're all doomed! Do something, Snake!
Is there nothing we can do?
That song.
Boss, is that you?
How in
function.
Look!
It's functional compensation. When the human brain is damaged, sometimes it recovers over time. Other parts of the brain take over the functions of the damaged parts. Mammal and reptile were patterned after different parts of the human brain. When those parts were assembled together into one, they must have become capable of functional compensation.
Her memories remained with her. Is this her answer? The song.
It's clearly not thinking rationally. It's not using its head. It's using its heart.
This is the fate she chose for herself.
The boss's innocence has been proven. Do you hear it, Snake? Do you hear the boss's song?
You saw it, didn't you? When you went to space, that there's beauty outside of battle. At last, I understand. In the end, it was you who put down your gun and chose instead to sing. They can all hear you. I know they can. And your will shall surely live on. That's what you wanted. So much that you gave up everything you had. But you couldn't achieve it. Isn't that right? And still, all you can do is sing. There's no peace to be found anywhere. And so, we can only keep on hoping. Hoping for the illusion we call peace.
As always, the best part of the timeline that comes up here. We get to 1970 or 1984 eventually. And from 75 to 79. 1980. The name's Yui. 83, and look, 85! There's nothing. This is a big fat gap between 83 and 85. Feels good, man. Feels fucking good.
Choices within my hands. How can we ever protect and fight with our tiny souls? Let me shine like the sun through the doubts and fear. Do you feel the storm approach as the end draws near? When heavens divide, time
Back on to yeah.
then I can see a face that I long to see. And for you, only you, I would give anything, leaving a trace for love to find the way. When heavens divide.
La la.
Choices within my hands. How can we ever protect and fight with our tiny souls? Let me shine like the sun through the doubts and fear. Do you feel the storm approach as the end draws near? When heavens divide, time will come to softly
Fucking Wolfgang Ebert. I want that guy's name.
Snake, you still here? Come on. Let's go back.
I'm not going back.
Huh?
I'm done.
Snake, you don't mean...
I'm done looking for the truth.
What are you saying, Snake?
I was wrong.
Come on, boss. Everybody's waiting for you.
She betrayed me, Kaz.
She what?
In the end, she put down her gun. And when she did, she rejected her entire life up to that point, including me.
What do you mean?
In giving up her life, she abandoned everything she was as a soldier.
And you consider that betrayal?
I won't make the same choice as her. My future is going to be different.
Then...
Yeah, that's right. From now on, call me
Dick
Big
Balls.
Boss.
Dick Balls! Dick Balls! Dick Balls! Dick Balls! Dick Balls! Alright, that's the first ending. There's a second one. There's lots of stuff left to do. Yes, forgot about the tux. Dick Balls! Dick Balls!
Got a sec, Snake?
What's up?
It's about Paz. You know she doesn't have any family. She got a scholarship thanks to Zadornov and was living at the dorms, but he was KGB. All signs are her scholarship came from the KGB too. Even if they let him go, she's not going to be seeing any more money.
It wouldn't have been much anyway.
So, I was wondering, what about letting her stay here for a while?
What does she think?
She says she wants to help out. It would only be temporary. She's still in shock. Right now, no one understands her better than we do.
Okay, but Kaz, don't take your eyes off her.
What do you mean?
It won't be easy getting used to this kind of life.
I know, Snake. I'm not trying to turn her into one of us. You should talk to her yourself later.
Okay.
And, Dr. Strangelove wants to come too.
Strangelove?
Well, she's out of a job now, and she'd have a problem returning to England. You can talk to her about it. Anyway, you don't need me to tell you how good she'd be for R&D.
Strangelove. Oh yeah, it's gonna be Strangelove tapes time, I would think. Paz Ortega. Strangelove too. Zeke parts. Oh yeah, Zadornov now is in the brig. Due to hostility. Fucking Zadornov. I gotta fix my mic boom situation here, but I'm so fucking lazy. Alright, let's take a look at the staff. Strangelove, obviously, R&D. Law rank 2. Smoke 3. Not that I need any of this shit anymore. Plus, put her on the intel team. Eco. Person can go wherever. Alright, Zadornov won't be a problem, not at all. Okay, so how do I explain this? In order to unlock Chapter 5 and all the story there, you have to grind a shitload. To build Zeke, for one thing. RNG fights versus AIs. Great. Fucking controller is fucked. Off. I was trying to go like left and I kept going back. So you just fight AIs, all of them, and wait, and shoot them in certain spots. I believe if you want leg parts, don't shoot them in the legs, for example. Pretty sure that's how it works. I haven't done it in a long time. Yeah, actually, I did get some legs randomly. But this isn't the save we're going to be using in the end, but we will use this save to show. Still, there's some tape stuff and the Zadornov missions, because Zadornov likes to escape. Now that you know his identity and all the shit's gone down and everything's okay again, can't just let him go. For now, still can't put any of this shit on. So. I don't even know why I'm doing this stuff. I don't need it. So, in order to get through Zadornov missions, you have to do like 2 or 3 missions in between each one as it shows up. So we do 2 or 3 missions. Zadornov shows his ugly face, and then you just do the same thing. 2 or 3 missions. It doesn't matter what missions you do, it's just like time needs to go by, basically. No, I'm playing on PS3 with this controller that I don't really use. But my other one, the battery died and I had this charged, so I'm just using it. Where's the date with Paz? Paz? So the fastest way to do this is mission 10, I believe, is the mission in the game that you can do as fast as possible. It's like sub 1 minute. You just do like 2 or 3 of these.
The boss is infiltrated.
Yeah. Quickly. Armut. So this is kind of annoying that, I mean, once you understand the nature of the Zdarnov missions, it makes sense. It takes a little bit of time between each one, but...
Use Fulton Recovery to bring back knocked out soldiers. To use Fulton Recovery on a soldier, get up next to them so the icon appears, and push the action button. Looks like that soldier's out cold. Try using Fulton Recovery on him. Okay, you're done with that area. Head for the goal. Hey, that was great.
Obviously the load times. Just having to go through so many load times. Like if it was some longer mission of some kind, and then the Zdarnov mission popped up right away, that would be nice. But the fastest way to do it is like this, which is both good and bad at the same time. It's kind of a double-edged sword.
Snake, we fitted Zeke with its own AI pod. We were having trouble adjusting the AI, but Dr. Strangelove was able to get it up and running.
Strangelove?
Why the surprise, Snake?
Whoa, we're an army without borders. We need a deterrent against foreign intervention. That's what Zeke is for. It may even prove necessary to...
I'm not against deterrence itself. The problem is when a nation comes to rely on it. All that does is force a burden on its people. The same people that constitute the nation itself. The existence of nations is detrimental to man. That's why I, one without a nation, see potential in MSF. But power is required for you to distance yourself from nations. I will do whatever I can to assist with that.
Glad to hear it.
And I merely lent Huey a helping hand. I will not give Zeke an AI like hers.
I wouldn't expect you to.
Why'd I come back here? Oh, AI custom. Oh, that's just to view, to read. Another love box. New plant.
The boss?
Strangelove after pause? I don't remember.
Snake! The boss is...
Strangelove time. Didn't finish the seal, did we? Ah, yes, there it is. It actually unlocked. Your tests.
France conducted its first successful nuclear test in the Algerian Sahara in 1960.
A lot of French scientists took part in the Manhattan Project. They defected to America to escape wartime occupation.
Correct. And once the war was over, they returned to France and continued their own atomic research. President de Gaulle did not want to have to rely on the American nuclear umbrella for protection.
Thus making France the world's fourth nuclear power.
Some say the test's success pacified the Algerian rebels. The civil war was undoubtedly held in check. But never have I equated nuclear weapons with peace.
Imagine it's like the 50s. In an Algerian desert, and you see a nuke go off, and you have no idea what it is. Or how it is, really. You know what it is. It would be disturbing enough now, but having like no knowledge, it would be just this ungodly event. Maybe like going back to BC, people would think it's like gods or something. Like humans can make that? What? What the fuck?
Hello? Snake? Mon chéri?
You been drinking, Cecile?
Can't you please do something about this pest?
Who?
Monsieur Miller!
What's he done now?
Wine.
Wine?
He said he thought the soldiers might tire of having beer all the time, so he's brought in some wine instead. And then he gave me a bunch.
Well, that was nice of him.
But the past 2 years have been bad for French wine. Perhaps it is the bad weather we have had. But whatever the case, I told him the last thing you want to be drinking right now is French wine.
Well, California and Chile have good wine too.
But then he goes and stocks the pantry with nothing but French wine from 72. The stuff is a disaster. Then he says, "Come on, Cecile, have a taste of the old country." I had a terrible feeling about it, so I decided just to taste it at first. And then again. And then a few more times.
Took one for the team, huh? But when you do a tasting, don't you usually spit the wine out?
But bottle after bottle, nothing but garbage. Absolute garbage. Not one half-decent bottle in the whole lot. Taste of the old country, he says.
Sorry to hear that.
I cannot believe this. What will we do with all this wine?
The guys aren't too picky when it comes to taste.
You sound just like Monsieur Miller.
Huh?
When I complained, he simply said, "As long as it gets the job done." You people are such culinary savages. Allez-vous faire voir. Somebody take me back to Paris, please.
I think you've had a little too much, Cecile.
Not enough. God damn.
You seem like a very, how do I put this, uninhibited woman.
You think so? I am no different from other Parisian women. Not since May 1968.
May 1968? The general strike that almost brought down the president?
Right. But it was more than just a strike. It started with the student movement at Strasbourg University in '66. They did not want anything from the country, but instead sought reform at the school. That helped ignite a fire in the hearts of scores of dissatisfied young people. And the movement spread all over France. It was more than just opposition to Vietnam and the de Gaulle administration. People also called for free love and the breaking away from other old values. Looking back, I am not sure what the main goal really was. But whatever the case, it was more of a young people's movement than a strike or a protest.
So, it was like the hippies or something?
In some ways, perhaps.
Damn hippies.
But we weren't blinded by mysticism, nor did we seek a return to nature.
I see. So, while they wanted to retreat to their closed communes,
we tried to change the world. And in doing so, we learned that when everyone comes together, it can be done.
You had a lot more success. In America, hippies have just become a social problem, while I hear Japan's student movements crashed and burned.
I wonder what was different.
Good question. I'd like to know myself.
God damn hippies. I just love time.
AI stands for Artificial Intelligence. It refers to a man-made machine possessing an intellect on par with that of a human being.
Is that even possible?
Possible. You've seen it with your own eyes. What the AI weapons are capable of. How Peace Walker carried out the boss's will in the end. No mere machine could ever choose to sacrifice itself like that.
I just can't see how a bunch of circuits and switches could have a will of its own.
It's called the Ghost in the Machine, Snake. And it exists.
What did you mean by the ghost in the machine?
Oh, that. It's a term coined by the philosopher Gilbert Ryle. You've heard of Descartes, yes?
I think, therefore I am.
That is the one. Descartes espoused the dualistic theory of mind and body. He believed that our thinking minds exist in a separate dimension from our bodies, which are governed by the laws of physics. But, if that were true, then couldn't you say that a mechanical body, inhabited by a ghost mind, is a human being? Ryle criticized Descartes on those grounds, saying such a thing surely wouldn't be human.
Why'd you bring it up?
I wasn't thinking of Ryle in particular when I said it. I simply thought that if a person is composed of a machine and a ghost, perhaps the opposite is true as well. Perhaps, by placing a ghost inside a machine, we could, in effect, give birth to a new person.
And that was your idea for the boss AI?
The moment you ripped the memory board out, the mammal pod ceased to function. It should have been dead. And yet, Peace Walker righted itself, singing a song of peace. I couldn't help but feel that her soul had come to inhabit Peace Walker.
Let's say, hypothetically, there really was an intelligent machine. How would you prove it? What's the difference between a high-level computer and an AI?
It depends on what you choose to define as intelligence. For example, Snake, listen to my voice talking to you now. Suppose it were an AI.
Say what?
What if the living, breathing me sitting here drinking tea and talking to you were actually an AI, programmed to simulate my thoughts and my voice?
You're nuts.
No, I'm not. You couldn't prove I was a real human being, could you?
It'd be... No.
So if an AI is so advanced you can't tell it from the real thing, wouldn't you call that intelligence?
I'm not quite convinced.
But that's only one way to look at it. It's roughly how Dr. Turing explained artificial intelligence. The test I described is called the Turing test, in his honor.
Yeah, well, sounds like a bad joke to me. That singing monster of yours put me through hell. If I never meet one again, it'll be too soon.
Shame. And I was about to let an AI take my place in our conversation.
Don't even think about it.
Dr. Alan Turing is known as the father of computer science. It was he who formulated the basic theory of AI. During the war, he worked for GC and CS.
The government's cryptology school. The one that broke Enigma.
The very same. Without him, they might never have been able to decipher the Germans' code. But then, they arrested him.
Why? Weren't his some of the greatest contributions to winning the war?
Homosexuality was a crime in Britain back then, and he was gay. I know exactly how crushed he was. I feel it's my duty to further his AI research.
Like the Imitation Game, huh?
Huh. You know it then. The clue that inspired the Turing test came from a trifling little party game. You exchange written notes with another person behind a screen and try to guess their gender, whether they're a woman or a man, pretending to be a woman. It's surprisingly difficult to tell the difference. Man or woman, human or machine. What do the differences even mean? Dr. Turing was fascinated by the differences between men and women. Perhaps that's what led him to formulate his test.
He would just love this age if that's true. Bring him back from the death so he could be horrified. Alright, let's go do another one of these missions to pass time quick. What about second breakfast? 11sies. Luncheon. Afternoon tea.
Use Fulton Recovery to bring back knocked out soldiers. To use Fulton Recovery on a soldier, get up next to them so the icon appears, and push the action button.
Whoops.
Freeze!
Could have done that a little bit better.
We're under attack!
Looks like that soldier's out cold. Try using Fulton recovery on him. Stay out of sight till they've called off the alert.
Understood. Dispatching reinforcements now.
Oh, I fucked that up.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
What about the other 4,644 genders? C, of course.
Somebody there?
Huh? What the shit?
Hey, that was great. Can't wait to see what else you can do. Snake, we've got a problem. Zadornov's not in his cell.
What?
He must have used his prosthetic as a blowtorch to cut through the bars. We've managed to narrow down his location.
A blowtorch?
using the transmitter we planted on him. I'm adding a new mission. Find the KGB agent Zadornov.
A blowtorch. That fucking thing on his hand is just like it's like a weak ass lighter. Like it looks like a match was lit. And you're gonna tell me that thing can become a blowtorch? How come there was no blowtorch option in Phantom Pain with the hand? A fucking blowtorch. Alright, it's time to find Zadornov, number 1.
Snake, Zadornov has escaped custody. Find him.
Fucking Zadornov.
Stealth.
I don't have any proper radar right now. Surround indicator. Eh. I never, yeah, just remembering where he is. You have to find him so many times. There we go, chapter 5. Sort of the hidden chapter. The real ending. Though there is quite a bit of stuff to do.
Find Zadornov and bring him back here with Fulton recovery.
Freeze.
Freeze. Oh yeah, even be fucked. Let's go this way.
Wait, freeze.
Fulton, recovery to helicopter.
Complete. One of Chico's comments here is funny. When you use the codec.
I wish there was something I could do. Be strong, Snake. I know it is not easy, but I have faith in you.
Alright. Did I just hear POW?
Freeze.
I think I did. This is where the Sandinistas were hiding.
Fulton, recovery to helicopter is complete.
Is he gonna be in this door? I don't remember where he is. Not in this area.
Our future is in your hands. Fulton, recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Going this way was pointless. Right, I was thinking of the bridge. Wait, what? This goes back here. What in the fuck is going on? I don't know what I'm doing.
That area is not part of the mission.
What a load of shit. Use my eyes a little bit more instead of just relying on that radar. Ah, this is where it is. The bridge. Okay.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete. Check any out-of-the-way spots. I have a sneaking suspicion that Doorknob's around there.
The doorknob.
Wait.
Freeze.
Ah!
Don't pat his ass. Hold him. Shit, my suppressor's already gone.
Someone there?
Okay, no more Fultons. He's gotta be around here.
What's that?
Fuck's sake, leave me alone.
Is someone there?
No. Fucking no one is here. Hey, what's up? Who might you be, sir? You look familiar.
Freeze.
Damn.
Wait, I can't Fulton? Shit, I can't Fulton them because I used them all.
Try using Fulton recovery on him.
Firing at us. Going to alert status.
Understood. Maintain heightened alert.
Oh, my fault. Alright, I'll just restart and try and sprint my way there. I think the only way to get him out is to Fulton.
Find the doorknob and bring him back here with Fulton recovery.
Freeze.
Ah!
Went the wrong way, didn't I? Forward and then right, I think. The wind sounds right.
Freeze.
Ah! Somebody there. The enemy's here!
Get fucked.
Freeze.
Damn.
Fucking Zidornov.
Is someone there?
Head for the recovery zone. We'll pick you up there.
Okay, who the fuck?
Helicopter is complete.
Is someone there?
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Okay, I don't know where it is. Oh.
Mission complete. The folks back at Mother Base will be thrilled.
Soliton radar.
So, you found me.
It wasn't hard. What are you up to anyway?
Just going for a stroll.
Kaz, I've got Zidornov returning home.
Acknowledge, Snake.
Fucking Zidornov.
Package for you, boss.
What?
Yeah, looks like a cassette tape. Don't worry, it's clean. No trace of explosives or anything. Return address just says Eva.
Eva?
Someone you know?
An old acquaintance.
Oh, the plot thickens. Tidings from an old flame?
Don't start, Kaz. Anyway, I'll check it out later.
Okay, just don't go running off after this chick. We can't afford for you to be distracted right now.
Eva, you say? That already. We don't need to hear Eva's debriefing again. It's literally just MGS3 repeated. But the message from Eva is the one that Oz was just talking about.
Hello, Snake. It's been a while, hasn't it? I hear you've been causing quite the ruckus in Nicaragua. Nothing much to report from my end. The legacy's being put to good use. Or so they tell me. But enough with the small talk. There's something I need to tell you. You saw the photo that came with this tape, right? The boss gave that to me 10 years ago. I'm sorry, I should have told you sooner. I probably should have told you right away. But sending it to you hasn't been an easy decision to make. It's taken me 10 years. Once you've heard what I have to say, you'll understand why. That photo belonged to her. I know what you're thinking. What does she have to do with this? You've probably seen it 100 times in the press already. Obviously, it's of the Mercury 7, the first group of American astronauts, the heroes of Project Mercury. But there were actually 8 people in that photo. One of them was edited out, erased, without a trace. That 8th astronaut, the one airbrushed out of existence, that was her, Snake. Now why did they need to keep her existence a secret? What were they trying to hide? The answer goes back even further. 17 years ago. It was the height of the Cold War. The Eastern and Western blocs were racing to develop space technology to match their nuclear arsenals. In 1957, the Soviet Union launched Sputnik 1, the first artificial satellite. The Americans were stunned. They'd been led to believe their country led the world in science and technology. But
shock quickly turned into fear. If the Russians had the know-how to launch a satellite into space, they could use it to launch a nuclear missile, too. Frantic, the U.S. threw everything it had into the space race. The following year, the Army succeeded in launching the first American satellite, Explorer 1. The National Aeronautics and Space Administration was established that fall, and Project Mercury with it. The goal was to send a man into space, and 7 men were chosen as pilot candidates. The media dubbed them the Mercury 7. They were immediately hailed as national heroes, icons of Western space exploration. But after Explorer, America suffered a series of failed rocket launches. Desperate, the government made a fateful decision. Unable to wait for its space program to mature, they'd steal the Soviets' technology, at the same time sabotaging their space program. You know better than anyone how hard a mission that was. The Soviet space program was shrouded in secrecy. Recovering that information would be no easy task. Using the help of an insider, they'd insert a sleeper agent into the research institute, or else recruit one of those insiders to do the job for them. And, if necessary, the mission leader would have to go in and sort things out themselves. Someone was needed with experience, knowledge, and superior intuition. And the only one for the job was the boss. The president himself asked for her by name. He needed someone who could be trusted with the fate of a nation. Who else to turn to but the hero of the Second World War? It was June 1959, so you see, Snake, that's why she left. That was the top secret mission that took her from you. But her selection ruffled a few CIA feathers. They didn't appreciate the president going over their head like that. The mission was tough enough already, and now the CIA was dragging its feet. She couldn't get anything out of them. No manpower, no information. Left to her own devices, the boss made a decision she knew would come back to haunt her. She decided to tap into the Philosopher's Network. And that's when the wheels of fate began to turn. The Philosophers were a secret society of power brokers formed in a pact between the US, Russia, and China in the early 20th century. Of course, by that time, the American and Soviet branches had already parted ways. But there were those among the remaining Russian philosophers not entirely happy with the one-party communist state. The boss reached out to them. She arranged clandestine meetings in Berlin, hoping to find a way into OKB-1, the Soviets' premier design bureau. She worked tirelessly to win their sympathy, in some instances using huge sums of cash, in others by helping them over the Berlin Wall. It was a dangerous game to be playing. The Philosophers had everything on her, and not just information either. She'd given birth to a child on the battlefield, only to have them immediately snatch it away. I know she told you that story. If that child was in the hands of the Soviet philosophers, she'd be putting more than just herself in danger. But she did what she had to do. At the time, the Soviet Union was believed to have an arsenal of missiles far greater than that of the United States. If that proved to be the case, Moscow would be free from the yoke of nuclear deterrence, raising the possibility that the Soviets might actually launch nukes if they felt it necessary. As you know, the so-called missile gap turned out to be a Soviet bluff. Moscow had gone to incredible lengths to perpetuate the lie. In fact, the whole space race was really just a part of an elaborate ruse. Only we didn't know that at the time. She used to joke that even she swallowed the whole missile gap story, hook, line, and sinker. She put her life on the line, for the sake of her country, to prevent nuclear war. And it was because of her sacrificial efforts that America succeeded in placing a sleeper agent inside OKB-1. NASA began to receive huge volumes of technical data from the Soviet program. By the end of 1959, they'd succeeded in sending a chimpanzee named Sam on a ballistic rocket flight. The rocket never left the atmosphere. But all the same, it was a huge success for NASA, restoring confidence in its technology. Then, just when the operation was starting to produce results, the CIA came calling. "You're a war hero," they said. "No need for you to dirty your hands with this sort of black ops. We'll take it from here." In effect, they wanted to reap the rewards for themselves. But the boss didn't object. "My part is over," she said. "I don't care what you do with the data now." It seemed as if NASA was making great strides toward manned spaceflight, while the Russians lagged behind. They even got a report from their mole at OKB-1. "The safe return of Sam has sent our scientists into a panic," he said. Soon afterward, the Soviet Union sent an animal of its own into space on Sputnik 2, the dog Kudryavka, better known to the world as Laika. But Laika was fated never to return to Earth. The U.S. can recover its spacecraft from the ocean upon re-entry. But the Soviet Union only borders the frozen Arctic. They had to bring their spacecraft down on land. How could they soften the impact enough to bring a living creature back safely? The agent reported that the Soviets hadn't yet found a solution to that problem. The plot to sabotage the Soviet space program seemed to be working, too. First, they tampered with Sputnik 4's re-entry. Then, 2 months later, one of their rockets exploded on the launch pad. They did manage to send 2 dogs into orbit aboard Sputnik 5 and return them safely to Earth. But the agent dismissed it as a fluke. Dogs, sure, but humans? They didn't have the technology. Everybody believed it. Everybody was complacent. Everybody. Except the boss. There was something about the Sputnik 5 schematics they were getting that didn't seem right. Some kind of ejection device on the capsule that didn't quite belong. She couldn't figure out the reason why it was there. What was it supposed to eject? NASA shrugged off her concerns. They figured it was probably meant to eject the flight recorder in case of an accident. The boss pleaded with them to investigate, but the CIA wasn't having it. They probably thought she was trying to reclaim some of the glory for herself. The boss wouldn't give up. She decided to head to the Soviet Union herself, alone, without any backing from the CIA. By the beginning of the next year, 1961, she'd succeeded in infiltrating OKB-1. That's when she saw the truth, for the first time. The sleeper that she'd worked so hard to place was a double agent. He'd been turned by the Soviets and was feeding the Americans lies. But what shocked the boss even more was why. The CIA's access agent had been taking a large cut of the sleeper's pay. The sleeper felt what little he was left with wasn't worth the risk. When he got a better offer from Moscow, he took it. At some point, the Americans' intelligence operation had become an open book to the Soviets. And contrary to what the sleeper had been reporting, the Soviets' manned spaceflight technology was quite advanced. It wasn't until she infiltrated OKB-1 herself that the boss learned the truth about Sputnik 5. After the spacecraft re-entered the atmosphere, it ejected the pilot, seat and all, at an altitude of 7,000 meters. It was the Soviet solution to the problem of land recovery. The mystery device attached to Sputnik 5 was for that purpose. The pilot would parachute down from that high altitude wearing a bulky spacesuit. Crazy, I know. The Soviets knew exactly how dangerous it was, of course. So much so that they gave Yuri Gagarin, the first man in space, a special 2-rank promotion before re-entry. Only Moscow could come up with this kind of plan. With total state control over information, they could easily pretend it never happened in the event of a failure. The boss passed the info on to NASA. It was their worst nightmare. The glory of mankind's first spaceflight was about to be stolen from them by the Soviet Union. It was Sputnik all over again. And the CIA was caught no less off guard. Their ineptitude had caused the fiasco in the first place. The Soviets' deception was brilliant. They'd woven a masterful tapestry of truth and fiction to convince the Americans their intelligence operations were proceeding as planned. No one but the boss could have seen through it. It was obvious the Soviets had some gifted minds working on their side. But that certainly didn't excuse the CIA's massive failure. The CIA wasn't done, though, and devised an ingenious plan to avoid taking responsibility. Luckily for them, a new president had been elected the previous November, John F. Kennedy. As he didn't know the case history when taking office, the CIA was able to feed lies to his new administration. They masked their own failures, placing the blame squarely on the boss's shoulders. After all, she'd selected an unreliable sleeper. They claimed she'd failed to make use of one of the most effective means of controlling a sleeper agent's actions: holding their family hostage. The boss was well aware that would have worked. She told me so later, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. It seems...
What the fuck just happened? Still scrolling? What? Winning tape is still going. Must have hit a button by accident. Sorry, I gotta start it again.
The sleeper that she'd worked so hard to place was a double agent. He'd been turned by the Soviets and was feeding the Americans lies. But what shocked the boss even more was why. The CIA's access agent had been taking a large cut of the sleeper's pay. The sleeper felt what little he was left with wasn't worth the risk. When he got a better offer from Moscow, he took it. At some point, the Americans' intelligence operation had become an open...
What the fuck? The controller's just losing it. Like, I'm not even pressing any buttons right now. Ugh. Yeah, like, I'm not even doing most of that.
AI stand.
Just going all over the place. Come on.
AI.
I don't have a USB-A long enough anymore. They won't fucking work. It's had two really long ones and they died within like a year. I don't know why. Controller's a piece of shit. Hold on. Now the screen's gone black, of course. Oh, fuck. Hold on.
The sleeper that she'd worked so hard to place was a double agent. He'd been turned by the Soviets and was feeding the Americans lies. But what shocked the boss even more was why. The CIA's access agent had been taking a large cut of the sleeper's pay. The sleeper felt what little he was left with wasn't worth the risk. When he got a better offer from Moscow, he took it. At some point, the Americans' intelligence operation had become an open book to the Soviets. And contrary to what the sleeper had been reporting, the Soviets' manned spaceflight technology was quite advanced. It wasn't until she infiltrated OKB-1 herself that the boss learned the truth about Sputnik 5. After the spacecraft re-entered the atmosphere, it ejected the pilot, seat and all, at an altitude of 7,000 meters. It was the Soviet solution to the problem of land recovery. The mystery device attached to Sputnik 5 was for that purpose. The pilot would parachute down from that high altitude wearing a bulky spacesuit. Crazy, I know. The Soviets knew exactly how dangerous it was, of course. So much so that they gave Yuri Gagarin, the first man in space, a special 2-rank promotion before re-entry. Only Moscow could come up with this kind of plan. With total state control over information, they could easily pretend it never happened in the event of a failure. The boss passed the info on to NASA. It was their worst nightmare. The glory of mankind's first spaceflight was about to be stolen from them by the Soviet Union. It was Sputnik all over again. And the CIA was caught no less off guard. Their ineptitude had caused the fiasco in the first place. The Soviets' deception was brilliant. They'd woven a masterful tapestry of truth and fiction to convince the Americans their intelligence operations were proceeding as planned. No one but the boss could have seen through it. It was obvious the Soviets had some gifted minds working on their side. But that certainly didn't excuse the CIA's massive failure. The CIA wasn't done, though, and devised an ingenious plan to avoid taking responsibility. Luckily for them, a new president had been elected the previous November, John F. Kennedy. As he didn't know the case history when taking office, the CIA was able to feed lies to his new administration. They masked their own failures, placing the blame squarely on the boss's shoulders. After all, she'd selected an unreliable sleeper. They claimed she'd failed to make use of one of the most effective means of controlling a sleeper agent's actions: holding their family hostage. The boss was well aware that would have worked. She told me so later, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. It seems clear it had to do with having her own child taken. she could never inflict the same pain on anyone else. The CIA used that against her. In his election campaign, Kennedy had vowed to close the missile gap with Moscow. If America lost the space race, that promise would be worthless. The fact that the president had no links to the philosophers only made things worse. He was completely unaware of the secret networks she'd used to complete her mission. In his eyes, she was no better than a traitor. The fate that awaited her was cruel beyond belief. The order came down from above. The boss would take the official blame for the sleeper's betrayal. More so, she'd serve as the guinea pig for NASA's manned spaceflight program. By then, NASA had gotten as far as sending a chimp named Ham into space. Now came a whole battery of ground tests to pave the way for a human to take its place. High-G tests, zero-G tests, spacesuit tests, simulations and pressurized oxygen environments. Some of the tests were highly dangerous, too dangerous for the Mercury 7, who were by then already media darlings. So the boss was made to stand in for them. She could have refused the order, argued her side of the story against the CIA, but she didn't. The way she saw it, her military experience made her a potentially valuable asset to those tests. She felt it was her duty to accept. She soon proved herself right. The boss was more than just a guinea pig. She drew on her experience to give the staff focused advice exactly where it was needed. NASA's space program took off again. At the rate they were going, putting a man in space seemed within reach. The higher-ups at NASA were impressed with her talents. They took to calling her the 8th astronaut, the Mercury Lady. The photo I sent you was taken around that time. I suppose maybe they were planning to use it as propaganda, the world's first female astronaut. But then, just as things were looking up, they hit a new snag. The government told them to add a window. There were no windows in NASA's spacecraft back then. Ham never saw the stars around him. But Washington insisted. Their sources told them Soviet spaceships had windows. Space exploration as a form of propaganda in itself. After all, what was the point of sending a man into space if he couldn't tell the world what he'd seen? Most of all, though, they simply couldn't have the Russians doing something they couldn't. It was sheer madness, and everybody knew it. NASA was already facing impossible deadlines. Now they were adding yet another element of uncertainty to the mix. Installing a window would both weaken the spacecraft and make it harder to shield the occupant from cosmic rays. They weren't about to put their Mercury 7 golden boys in that kind of danger. So the boss was chosen as the pilot instead. Even if she made it up into space, she was given less than a 20% chance of returning to Earth alive. But she took it in stride, even helping them make the necessary design changes to the Mercury capsule. It was like going to work every day at NASA to make her own coffin. Then, without warning, the U.S. received intelligence that the Soviets had moved their Vostok spacecraft to the launch site. The launch was set for the following day, April 12th, 1961. America couldn't let the Soviets beat them with Vostok. NASA was forced to cut short the testing process and move the launch date up. They pulled out all the stops to get it scheduled for the earliest hours of the next day. The spacecraft would be launched from Cape Canaveral in the dead of night. For the flight path, they chose a course that would take her as far east as possible. She'd be able to see the Earth in daylight from the window, at least for a little while. The boss climbed into the Mercury capsule, having completed less than 80% of the regular flight procedures. Both the timing and the flight path were risky. and testing was far from complete. But NASA had no other choice. The boss, for her part, never expected to come home alive. She was going on a one-way trip, the American version of Laika the dog. And yet she went all the same. Someone has to be first, she said. If fate has chosen me, then I accept, for my country, for the balance of the world. That's how she saw things. My chances may be slim, but I'll take them. I've accepted my fate. If anyone can get through this, I can. Then, on April 12th at 1:30 in the morning, the boss entered space. It was nothing short of a miracle. First, that she'd made it in an incomplete spacecraft, and second, that her flight coincided almost exactly with Gagarin's. As the sun rose over the horizon, and cosmic rays began to bombard her through the window, she saw the Earth. I think you've heard the story before. It was a world without borders, a perfect jewel. All nations, all ideologies. They seemed so far away. It almost made her laugh, knowing that they'd risked so much to beat the Soviets by a few short minutes. If she'd seen Vostok from her window, she probably would have waved. But the two spacecraft were destined for very different fates. Gagarin circled the Earth and returned to the Soviet Union, safe and sound. The Mercury capsule, on the other hand, deviated from its planned re-entry angle. The addition of a window had thrown the capsule's aerodynamics off balance. The boss's coffin veered wildly off course and began to plunge earthward. The course deviation caused the capsule to miss its splashdown point by a wide margin. It didn't have enough time to decelerate before crashing into the sea. The force of the impact shattered the spacecraft before it started to sink like a stone. The boss used the last of her strength to escape to the surface. Her body was covered in bruises and scorched by radiation. It was a miracle she was still alive. She slipped into a coma and didn't regain consciousness for 6 months. To some, what was worst of all was that she had lost the space race to Gagarin by only a few minutes. That aside, it should have been a proud day for America. Its first manned spaceflight. Sadly, her accomplishment was kept out of the history books. An attempt to save face by Washington. In contrast to Gagarin's orbital flight, America had only managed a ballistic trajectory. Her flight time was much shorter, too. And most importantly, the Soviets had brought back both spacecraft and pilot safely. NASA couldn't even conjure up a half-hearted tale of heroic survival. The coup de grace, though, was the Soviet propaganda campaign that kicked into gear after the flight. The Earth was blue. Those were the words of Gagarin on his return, and the whole world was listening. In the blink of an eye, Gagarin was an international celebrity, earning accolades from every corner. It was a PR coup for the Soviet Union. Meanwhile, Washington could only grit its teeth in silence. They decided there was no value in making the boss's flight public, that it would only make matters worse. So they buried it instead, labeling it a dark mission. NASA and the CIA did everything in their power to erase all traces of the boss from Project Mercury. The result was the photo you see before you. Not a bad job, huh? Not only did they expunge her flight from the records, they denied that she ever existed. And that wasn't the end of it. As an alibi, the military claimed she'd taken part in the CIA's botched Bay of Pigs plot to take back Cuba. And when the boss was finally well enough to return to service, They wouldn't take her back. She was forced to go underground. In the public eye, the boss was still a hero of World War II. In reality, though, she was anything but that. She was a non-person, fit only for the blackest of black ops. In effect, she may as well have been dead. Gagarin went on a worldwide tour in front of millions of adoring fans. The boss, meanwhile, was a walking secret, unable to breathe a word about her experience. The authorities in Washington had this to say: "Why are you still here? If only you'd had the decency to give us a nice quote like Gagarin and then die an honorable death, you'd have gone down as a hero." 3 weeks later, on May 5th, Alan Shepard, one of the Mercury 7, made his own ballistic flight. They sure didn't try to cover up his achievement. Of course, he owed his success to the lessons learned from the boss's tragedy. Before sending Gagarin up into space, the Soviets had used a mannequin called Ivan Ivanovich to test the landing procedure, which would make the boss America's version of a crash test dummy. But she didn't care. "I'm happy to be the dummy," she said, "if it'll help the project succeed. Nothing would give me greater satisfaction." And that still wasn't the end of it. The boss had worked through the anti-Moscow faction of the Soviet Union's philosophers to place the sleeper agent, and at some point, the Soviets found out about it. Yet the Americans remained oblivious to the end. Even the philosopher network the boss plugged into never tipped them off to the double cross. That could only mean one of two things. Either the pro-Moscow philosophers had intervened, or the anti-Moscow philosophers had been turned. Either way, it was a situation their American counterparts couldn't stand. To preserve the philosopher's good name, and to repay her debt, so to speak, the boss once again made her way into the Soviet Union. There, she found herself face to face with the Soviets' own agent. And who should she find awaiting her return to Russia? The one who'd turned her sleeper against her, who'd fed them lies all this time. It was her former comrade in arms, the father of her child, the man known as the Sorrow. He didn't know it was the boss who'd sent the sleeper. Or to be more precise, the Soviet philosophers never told him. Former lovers, forced to fight to the death. One would live and one would die, she told me. That was the revenge the Soviet philosophers had in store for me. If both of them survived, their child would suffer in their place. They were left with no other option. The boss shot him. He offered no resistance. When she returned from the Soviet Union, there was no place left for her to go. She'd sacrificed everything. Everything. For her country. And in return, they treated her like a dead woman. She was made a scapegoat for no good reason. Only because power had changed hands in Washington. Any lesser being would have long since cracked. It was then that one of her old SAS comrades reached out to her, Major Zero, and so Fox was born. She undertook a mission that, well, you should know better than anybody. You are a part of it. 20 days after Shepard's flight, President Kennedy announced that America would put a man on the moon. Without the intelligence the boss obtained, America's space program would never have caught up. Armstrong and Aldrin might never have walked on the moon, but the Americans' gain had cost the boss her health, her honor, and the man she loved. The word tragedy doesn't even begin to describe what she endured. Soviets continued their manned space flights, and in 1963, Valentina Tereshkova became the so-called first woman in space. It's said they took their cue from NASA's long-buried Mercury Lady project. And so that, Snake, is the mission that kept her away from you for so long. Now, I know what you're thinking. Why not use me as her agent? She knew I'd never even think of betraying her. I think it's because she didn't want to drag you into it. She probably knew what was going to happen. To complete the mission, she'd have to turn to the philosophers, and once she did that, whatever came of it, there'd be a price to pay. No one understood that better than her. So please, Snake, let it go. When she gave me the photo, she left me to decide whether or not to pass it along to you. I know she was torn about it, just as I was. She knew you'd probably blame yourself. Why did she hold on to it for so long? That, I can't say. To remind her of how much it hurt to be erased. She wasn't that kind of person. No. I think she meant it to be a message to you. She had her identity, her life, taken away. But she wanted you, of all people, to know the truth. Snake, you've probably already figured this out, but it's no accident that I'm only now sending you something I've withheld for so long. A little bird tells me you recently made a big decision. You and the boss are different people. I understand that. And I'm not trying to second guess you. I simply wanted you to know what she saw, how she felt. That's all. Keep it with you, Snake. Keep it deep inside. Don't ever forget the path she took. Because you and I are the only people on this earth who know the truth.
Boss, I'm sorry, but I can't.
Fulton Recovery to bring back knocked out soldiers. To use Fulton Recovery on a soldier, get up next to them so the icon appears, and push the action button.
Hey!
Looks like that soldier's out cold. Try using Fulton Recovery. You did it! Keep it up! The bomb. Use Fulton Recovery to bring back knocked out soldiers. To use Fulton Recovery on a soldier, get up next to them so the icon appears, and push the action button. Looks like that soldier's out cold. Try using Fulton Recovery on him. Hey, that was great. Can't wait to see what else you can do.
What if you hadn't used the boss as the model for the AI?
What do you mean?
If the end goal is MAD, it seems like there are more suitable models out there. A military chief of staff, or a nuclear technician, even the president.
Patriotism, leadership, good judgment. Each of those qualities is essential when deciding whether to launch a nuke. And she had them all.
Wouldn't the president too?
It's not enough. She had the will for it.
Will?
Let me explain, Snake. Peace Walker is a standalone weapon. It has to decide on its own whether or not to launch a nuke. It can't turn to anyone else for advice. It can't do its job if it's not prepared to take sole responsibility for the fate of the world. I know of no other human being who could bear that burden.
That's it?
There were technical considerations, of course. To begin with, the female brain is a more appropriate model for an AI.
Oh, wait, the female brain? What do you mean by that, modeling your AI after the female brain?
Snake, what is the human mind capable of that a computer is not?
Being lazy?
Interesting response. And not incorrect. But the answer I was looking for was empathy.
Empathy?
The ability to feel for others, to be more precise. Love for a child. Pity for the weak. Grief for the dead. All of these are particularly well developed in the female brain.
That's stretching it a little.
On the contrary, it's perfectly reasonable. The male brain, on the other hand, may be well suited for systematic thinking, but it's less able to empathize. In that sense, it's closer to a computer. So if your objective is to make the AI think more like a human...
You need to teach it how to empathize like a woman.
The novel, Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, deals with this very problem. In the book, an empathy test is used to distinguish between machines and human beings. As machines become more and more advanced, our society will gradually become more and more systematic. Our cities will teem with robot-like people, unable to feel for others. We cannot allow that to happen. Computers must learn to empathize, The same goes for humans, only more so.
Well, what about yourself? You make these claims, and yet I've never seen you empathize with a real person.
It's true. Until now, I was a prisoner of death. It was my intention to die upon the completion of Mammal's development. She was my one reason to live.
But you changed your mind.
I did. Because she taught me the dignity of living. My eyes are open now. I want to go on living and seeing real people.
Huh. I see. Is it really necessary to make machines think like humans? I think empathy would get in the way of making the decision to retaliate.
I admit, human thought may not be fully compatible with level-headed decision-making. Then again, is there such a thing as non-human thought? The moment computers became so advanced that they could calculate faster than human beings, a new dream was born.
Dream?
If we can create a machine that can do advanced mathematics, why can't we create one that can think like a human? The 19th century author, Auguste Villiers-L'Isle-Adam, wrote a book called Tomorrow's Eve, in which the protagonist fashions an artificial woman to serve as his ideal lover. I believe the idea of creating an intelligent being with our own hands is one of mankind's oldest dreams.
So AI is a product of people's dreams, then?
Not only AI, civilization itself is the process by which mankind gives form to its dreams. But not all dreams are pleasant. Some have expressed fears about non-human intelligence.
Yeah, they want the benefits with none of the risks.
Some fear that intelligent robots might rise up and rebel against their human masters, as portrayed by the Czech writer Karel Čapek in his Rossum's Universal Robots, or in the 1970 film Colossus, the Forbin Project, where intelligent supercomputers in the US and the Soviet Union join forces and plot to subjugate humanity. Isaac Asimov offered a specific solution to these fears with his 3 laws of robotics, which demonstrated that while robot intelligence is different from that of humans, the two can coexist. In order to endow computers with intelligence, we must first have a thorough understanding of what intelligence is, and that is where the need for a practical and feasible expert system arises.
So what's an expert system?
The AI housed within Peace Walker began development as such a system. An expert system is a type of proxy program by which a computer makes decisions as an expert would. The program, Mycin, for example, is a system that decides which kind of antibiotics to prescribe. The system asks the patient a series of questions to narrow down the range of appropriate drugs.
So you program Peace Walker to prescribe live nuclear warheads instead of penicillin.
What I realized, however, was that a simple expert system wasn't up to the task.
You need more than expertise to launch a nuke.
Indeed. Expertise is a necessary prerequisite, but insufficient on its own. Deciding to launch a retaliatory strike requires consideration of a wider range of factors. In such a scenario, the entire global situation becomes the criterion for making a decision.
Makes sense. You screw up the prescription and the whole world goes into anaphylactic shock.
A weak AI that only has a limited range of knowledge upon which to base its decisions won't cut it. Therefore, I had the AI study the boss's thought patterns, thus creating a true expert system. A strong AI.
You couldn't leave the world in the hands of something with anything less than absolute worldview.
I could have built a simple expert system in no time at all. Say, how would you like a system that decides which guns you should equip according to the mission's parameters?
I'll pass. I'm not going to leave my life up to somebody else's judgment. Especially not a machine.
With current technology, AI are inevitably enormous in size. But as circuit integration continues to advance, they will become even smaller. As small as human brains, and perhaps smaller than that. And in the meantime, robotics will continue to advance as well, to the point where we can create androids, robots that resemble humans. And then...
And then what?
Well, I don't need to spell it out for you, do I?
Don't tell me you're thinking of making an android imitation of the boss.
Surely the thought has crossed your mind as well, of one day being reunited with her?
Enough! I don't want any part of it.
I see. I didn't mean to offend you. In reality, AI is more likely to evolve in the opposite direction anyway.
The opposite direction? What does that mean?
More and more, AI are becoming systems that specialize in mass information processing, without human intelligence, thought, or emotion. A machine that has no individualism or sense of self, but rather behaves as a collective, exhibiting the qualities of a society.
Like a beehive?
Yes. It aggregates data collected by individuals and determines how the collective will act, just as honeybees travel between the hive and flowers. The key to achieving that will be networking AI together.
I don't know how to say this, but that kind of gives me the creeps.
But if your goal is to control society, it's the better model to use. It lets you filter data, disseminate only what you want disseminated. Of course, I myself have no interest in an AI without a shred of life to it.
Use Fulton Recovery to bring back knocked-out soldiers. To use Fulton Recovery on a soldier,
Freeze.
Get up next to them so the icon appears. I'm counting on you. The boss is too. Looks like that soldier's out cold. Try using Fulton Recovery on him. Head for the recovery zone. We'll pick you up there. Hey, that was great. Can't wait to see what else you can do. Bad news, Snake. Zadornov's on the loose.
What? Again?
It's funny. We took away his prosthetic and did a full body check. We even increased the guard.
You think he had help?
Impossible. Anyway, I'm adding a new mission. Locate and recover Zadornov. Snake, Zadornov's disappeared from his cell again. Find him. Find Zadornov and bring him back here with Fulton Recovery.
Freeze. Enemies close by. What was that?
Snake. Sorry, I'm a little busy right now.
Freeze. God!
Fulton Recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Enemies close by!
Fulton Recovery helicopter is complete. Fulton Recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter. That area is not part of the mission. Fulton Recovery helicopter is complete.
Freeze. God!
Yo, okay. Mike stopped working for a while there. Figure it out. Old Scratch, you old bastard. Turn 50 yet, Scratch? You ancient motherfucker. Oh fuck. He's old as fuck.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
You ancient motherfucker. You already were old. Scratch is probably old enough to be like 2/3 of chat's fucking dad. Seriously, where is he? He can only be in 2 areas, so where the fuck? Oh, hello. Finally. Fuckface.
I wish there was something I could do. Be strong, Snake.
Thoroughly search every possible hiding spot. We're dealing with a real escape artist here. Where the hell did Zadornov go this time? I'm sick of him and his walks.
Snake.
Search every inch of that area.
I kinda don't need to.
There's only so many places to hide. Search every nook and cranny. Check any out-of-the-way spots. I have a sneaking suspicion Zadornov's around there. Our future is Zadornov's anywhere. It's gotta be there, don't you think?
Fuck you, Zadornov.
Try using Fulton recovery on him.
Back you go.
Okay, you're done with that area. Head. Mission complete. The folks back at Mother Base will be thrilled.
Old Scratch. An Ole Scratch. Where's Ollie? Oh, that's fun. A Roblox tank.
Kaz, I caught Zadornov.
Impossible. I thought I'd made it. Acknowledged and appreciated.
What's up, Tat? A quick mission out of the way.
Use Fulton recovery to bring back knocked out soldiers. To use Fulton recovery on a soldier, get up next to them so the icon appears, and push the action button.
Somebody there?
Looks like that soldier's out cold. Try using Fulton recovery on him. Good job. Return to base.
You ancient motherfucker.
Use Fulton Recovery to bring back knocked out soldiers. To use Fulton Recovery on a soldier, get up next to them so the icon appears, and push the action button.
Freeze!
Looks like that soldier's out cold. Try using Fulton Recovery on him. You did it! Keep it up!
You did it. The boss.
Use Fulton Recovery to bring back knocked out soldiers. To use Fulton Recovery on a soldier, get up next to them so the icon appears, and push the action button.
Somebody there?
Looks like that soldier's out cold. Try using Fulton Recovery on him. Mission complete. The folks back at Mother Base will be thrilled.
Seriously? 3 times and you're not going to give me Zadornov? Fuck. Pretty sure that was 3 times. 4 is kind of fucked. Making you do a mission, like, well, any mission 4 times in a row before you even get another chance. Come on.
The boss? Use Fulton Recovery to bring back knocked out soldiers. To use Fulton Recovery on a soldier,
Fuck.
get up next
Didn't hold him
so
up.
the icon appears, and push
Oops.
the action button.
Ah, just failing everywhere.
Looks like that soldier's out cold. Try using Fulton Recovery on him. Good job. Return to base.
Okay. What the fuck is going on? Fuck off. I don't care. Fucking Zidornov. Oh, did I have to go back to Mother Base first to put him inside, like, the brig? It just said Zidornov was being reasoned with due to hostility or whatever. That'd be really fucking annoying. Just do 4 mission 10s in a row for no reason.
Let's get.
No, this is 14. I don't want to do this shit.
Use Fulton Recovery to bring back knocked out soldiers. To use Fulton Recovery on a soldier, get up next to them.
On, why is he not holding up?
And push the action button.
Off.
God! Looks like that soldier's out cold. Try using Fulton Recovery on him.
How many times am I going to have to do it again?
The folks back at Mother Base will be thrilled.
Should really give it to me after this one, but I doubt it'll happen.
Snake, Zidornov has disappeared from his cell.
What? You're kidding, right?
Afraid not. You got a new mission. Find Zidornov.
That's not a new mission, bro. That's an old mission. Base, why are you unbanning people? Fuck. Zidornov 3.
Snake, Zidornov's disappeared from his cell again. Find him.
Fucking Zidornov. Kill Cause because he sucks at his job. We'll just let Ocelot do that. It'll take a while.
Find Zidornov and bring him back here with Fulton Recovery.
Somebody there?
No way he'll be in this area.
Fulton Recovery helicopter is complete.
Somebody there?
Fulton Recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Oh, don't pat on him.
Somebody there? Nothing here.
Huh? That was kind of close.
Here he is.
Fuck you. Oh, this stupid shit where you can't grab him from the front. Frog style. You punch, you moron? There we go. Okay. Call myself a moron. Oh, fuck.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Yeah, I don't know which way to go. What's up, Amanda? Peace Walker Snake just has very little range. His fist. Fuck. POW here. And no, it probably won't be. Bad woman.
There's only so many places to hide. Search every nook and cranny.
Got thermals.
Is somebody there?
Fuck off. You again?
Huh, nothing.
Hey, which guy is it?
Is somebody there? Huh, nothing.
The fuck?
Is somebody there?
Hello.
You hear that? Gunshots! He's here! It's the enemy! Send reinforcements!
No.
What's wrong?
You think send reinforce? If he managed to say send reinforce, but he didn't say it mince at the end, you think the dude would know what he meant? Go straight to alert. Settle down.
Hey!
Freeze.
Oh, sorry.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete. Thoroughly search every possible hiding spot. Check any out-of-the-way spots.
Sick of him and his walks.
Is somebody there? Huh, nothing. Is somebody there? Huh, nothing.
Oh, nothing.
Is somebody there?
Oh,
He's
fuck
here.
off. Wait, who re-alerted there? Ah, didn't even do that. Oh, come on.
Enemy, send reinforcements.
I didn't mean to slide down.
Thoroughly search every possible hiding spot. We're dealing with a real escape artist here.
Should have brought lethal weapons. Right, I just meant to punch. I don't think I tried to grab. It's the same button. Great.
The birds are weeping. What happened? Snake!
The birds are weeping.
Find Zadornov and bring him back here with Fulton Recovery.
Fall right over him.
Here he is.
But you were on the ground. I hate this anti-grab shit. Yeah, he's not gonna be in this.
Found the enemy. Send backup.
Understood. Dispatching reinforcements now.
Stop shooting me. My impatience is just going to end up making me go slower. That's usually what happens. And I just get pissed. As soon as I realize that. Shit, look at them all. We're I have 11. I might as well get rid of you guys. I was lucky there that they were all in the same spot.
Fulton Recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
I don't know where he is now. Man, did you stream it all? E. Jesus Christ. Huge. Did I find him? Oh no. Not him.
God!
Stream here for a few hours sometime. So people would enjoy it.
Somebody there? Huh, no. Is somebody there? Huh, no. He's here!
Fuck. You think I would have memorized Zadornov's possible locations by now? But I haven't. Yeah, I mean, maybe he's in this area? No, I don't think he is. Bitch. Who, me? Me, no, because we were already streaming MGS all the time in 2011 when this came out. And like, we were just flooded with old school OHM people playing Peace Walker all of the time. Heaps of us.
Understood. The enemy should still be nearby. Find him.
The enemy's close.
Fucks. I hate Snake's reach in this game.
Enemy sight. Moving to engage.
Understood. Eliminate all hostiles.
Off. Really wish I could find Zadornov right now. What is that? Oh, it's him. You got me going there. I thought you were Zadornov. You had to fuck with me, didn't you? You asshole. No idea where he is.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
If there's no online, there's no point. There's limited point. That would be offensive. If there was no online. Holy fuck. That would be worse than releasing all the games in unplayable shape like they did, of course. What we knew they were gonna do. That would be really bad.
Alright. Check any out-of-the-way spots. I have a sneaking suspicion Zadornov's around there. Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Not here. No, he's not. Just have general memories that aren't of, like, I don't think. Okay. Only got one Fulton left. The fuck? This fool. I wish I had more Fultons. Everywhere. Fast.
Who's that?
And come on. Okay, I'm gonna stop bitching. I gotta stop bitching. Fuck off and stay down. Wish I could Fulton more of you guys. Didn't even get him. Rolled him over into this corner. Not a single soul. There's still people who play on PS3, certainly. More so Japanese people, but not like a massive amount over top of the rest
There's
of
only
them.
so many places to hide. Search every nook and cranny.
Hey, did I hit you too? Nice. Is he alive or is he dead? Dead now. These fucking bodies. Just taking up space on my radar.
You killed them?
Where the hell did Zadornov go this time? I'm sick of him and his walks.
You've killed them.
Yes.
Thoroughly search every...
You killed people? Oh my god. That sounds cool. Peace Walker Wednesdays. Oh, Wednesdays. Oi-Chen was lucky, like, when I was here all the time, and well, it still is kind of the case. Like, we could just sit down and play Peace Walker. Almost always people willing to play, so that we're a four-man party pretty much all the time. I've got a lot of Peace Walker co-op ins. Not as much the last like 7 years. But those first years, holy shit. They were pretty nice. Ah, oh, this sucks word.
Check any out-of-the-way spots. I have a sneaking suspicion Zadornov's around there.
Darn it. I'm gonna run around, check the wall. Well, I guess. Or not see anything. Like it. Further south. Hey, what the fuck? Zadornov? What the hell are you doing? I ran right past him, didn't I?
Where the hell did Zadornov go this time? Our future is in your hands.
I wish there was something I could do.
Find Zadornov, Snake. There's only so many places to hide. Search every nook and cranny.
What the fuck? You just one tap him in the head and he falls over.
Recovery on him.
I mean, it was a bit of a sucker punch, but No, not really. I think Sucker Punch, you gotta like grab him and drag him into it. And that fucking coat kind of does blend in with the trees. Plus with the mist everywhere. And my eyes are fucked. You sneaky bastard.
Okay.
Slippery son of a bitch.
Head for the goal. Mission complete. Great job.
Found our friend, Kaz.
Damn it! And I was so close.
No, you weren't.
Great. Good work, Snake.
Rocket. Peace! I love that part. Let's go on the base. I'll be back in a minute, guys. Okay. Let me just cause the doorknob again.
The boss is...
Strange love. Red stuff out.
Earlier, you called the mammal pod a butterfly. Not a pupa or a cocoon, but an imago.
Yes, the AI that came before the mammal pod were works in progress.
Works in progress?
They were enough to keep the frame running, but not enough to make decisions about nuclear retaliation. They weren't quite complete. They were pupae. Only when I added the boss's data did the AI take on its true form, becoming a butterfly and taking flight.
And that's why the nose art on Peace Walker was a butterfly.
I gave the mammal AI the code name BS Imago.
Bullshit, Imago.
BS is short for boss.
Huey called that gigantic unmanned chopper a chrysalis. Is that another one of your AI code names?
Yes, you're referring to the TJ Chrysalis 6000. There's also the GW Pupa 5000, the TR Cocoon 7000.
I get it. A hovercraft type and a treaded type. And those letters on the front. TJ, GW, or whatever. Those are initials?
Correct. The initials of the American presidents whose faces are carved into Mount Rushmore.
Then you're missing one.
I assigned that one to the reptile pod. AL Aurelia 8000.
Aurelia. Another word for chrysalis. A pupa just before it emerges.
All of the initials, except for BS, were of Coldman's choosing. I chose mine from the storied ranks of British royalty. MS, AV, EW.
What do those stand for?
You can't guess. Why, Mary Stuart, Alexandrina Victoria, and Elizabeth Windsor.
All queens. Of course.
Are you familiar with the film 2001: A Space Odyssey?
I've heard of it, but...
Of course not. I didn't expect you to be cultured enough to appreciate such things.
Yeah, thanks. Anyway...
2001 features an AI called HAL, a highly advanced system that controls an exploration spacecraft. It can converse with people, and even play chess.
Huh. Now where have I heard that before?
The way HAL was portrayed was truly superb.
How so?
HAL is given secret orders that not even the ship's captain knows about. Naturally, he's not allowed to divulge them to the crew. The stress of it causes HAL to crack.
Crack?
Go crazy. Though there are those who interpret it differently. One by one, HAL kills off the crew until the captain finally shuts it down. The film offers amazing insights into AI, their growth, their utility, their faults, and their fear of death.
Well, you must have found it useful in your research then.
Must you always be so utilitarian? It doesn't matter whether or not it's useful. What matters is that it inspired me.
Then it was useful.
Never mind. The portrayal of HAL wasn't the only wonderful thing about the film. It was full of hints about the future of human evolution. Truly, a film for the ages.
The boss. Alright. Marmot. Maybe I should have went back to Mother Base.
Use Fulton Recovery to bring back knocked out soldiers. To use Fulton Recovery on a soldier, get up next to them so the icon appears, and push the action button. Looks like that soldier's out cold. Try using Fulton Recovery on him. Good job. Return to base.
Up DX. Put him on the base. Oh shit. One sec, guys. Reminded me of what time it was. Not even what I wanted to open. Oh my god. Boxy, are you there? Boxy, do you mind if I finish Peace Walker? Or did you have like something... If you have something specific in mind for the length of your stream, I don't want to interrupt it. There's like 2 hours left on this, I would say. VR missions? Okay, thank you. 2 more hours with me, you fools, probably. Well, roughly. I'll message you on Discord when I'm almost done. I'd like to do something outside of Peace Walker next time I stream. What? We need Boxy voice acting? We haven't we haven't done that in a while. Olgan Ocelot.
So the icon appears and push the action button.
Hey!
Looks like that soldier's out cold. Try using Fulton recovery on him. Okay. Mission complete.
Okay.
The folks back at Mother Base will be thrilled.
What's that cyborg ninja? Shut up, Boxy. Fucking train, it's going like 2 miles an hour and blowing its goddamn horn. The boss.
Use Fulton recovery to bring back knocked out soldiers.
Oh.
To use Fulton recovery on a soldier, get up next to them so the icon appears and push the action button. Looks like that soldier's out cold. Try using Fulton recovery on him. Hey, that was great. Can't wait to see what else you can do.
I can do mission 10 over and over again. That's what I can do, cuz.
Use Fulton Recovery to bring back knocked out soldiers. To use Fulton Recovery on a soldier, get up next to them so the icon appears, and push the action button. Looks like that soldier's out cold. Try using Fulton Recovery on him. You did it! Keep it up!
Fucking Zadornov. Escape, you fool. I missed what insignia that was. Hold-ups, maybe? I don't know.
Snake?
Don't tell me. Zadornov.
Bingo. The guard left his post and the dude was gone when he got back.
The dude was gone.
Guard needs a guard.
He was off with the girls. Haas invited him to try some of their cooking. He says he loved every second of it.
Is that jealousy, cuz?
Anyway, there's a new mission waiting for you. Find Zadornov, Snake.
Okay.
Snake, Zadornov's disappeared again. Get out there and retrieve him.
Zadornov. You pain in the balls. They're mowing people down with the M60.
Find Zadornov, Snake. Good God, the man could swim his way out of Alcatraz.
What? That's not even that far. What the fuck? I mean, I'd probably drown, but people be swimming the English Channel and shit. I don't remember that Alcatraz comment.
What's going on? We're under attack.
What's wrong?
Nothing.
We have a situation. Backup team. Head over and investigate.
We have no fucking situation.
Fulton Recovery helicopter is complete.
What? It wasn't me.
Fulton Recovery subject
What are you talking about? I was gonna do it to the entire grid, but I was lazy.
Can't be imagining things. The enemy's here!
Fulton
In the hole. The sniper's here this time.
Wait.
Huh? Oh.
Can't be a...
Oh, is this the one where he's in the shed? Or the... Well, it's not a shed. I think I meant to say shack.
Who's there?
Hey.
Hey!
Feel loaf, man. You high as fuck off your reefer cut?
No one here.
Ooh. That woke him up, didn't it?
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Ma.
Gotcha. Curses. I got him, Kaz.
Slipped up again. Acknowledged. Bring him on in.
Staff have not been assigned to a team. Puyan! No way, I love Puyan. Puyan is the shit. Well, looks like we gotta do Puyan.
Someone's planning to extract enemy soldiers via Fulton recovery. Thwart their attempt by shooting down the balloons. We're calling this the Puyan mission. Support our troops. Shoot those balloons.
What do I want to bring? Marmot. Just bring M16. We try sniping too. Puyan time. Oh my god, get a room. Booyan! My eyes are so fucked I can barely see the crosshair in the sky. Oh, I can't go up there. Doesn't make any sense. I feel like sniping. Uh oh. They're fucking everywhere. Nice.
Recovery zone. We'll pick. Hey, that was great. Can't wait to see what else you can do.
Leon is the shit. Get a couple quick missions out of the way again.
Use Fulton Recovery to bring back knocked out soldiers. To use Fulton Recovery on a soldier, get up next to them so the icon appears, and push the action button. Looks like that soldier's out cold. Try using Fulton Recovery on him. Mission complete. The folks back
And
at
how?
the base will be thrilled.
Hopefully we get another Zdarnov after this.
Use Fulton Recovery to bring back knocked out soldiers. To use Fulton Recovery on a soldier, get up next to them so the icon appears, and push the action button. Looks like that soldier's out cold. Try using Fulton Recovery on him. Hey, that was great. Can't wait to see what else you can do. Snake, you're not gonna believe this, but...
Yeah?
Zdarnov's missing again.
Kaz, are you sure somebody's not, I don't know, letting him out on purpose?
You think I have time to assemble a mole hunt? Man, this guy isn't just good, he's so good it's scary.
If he's doing this alone, that is.
Anyway, he left a trail, so we've got a good idea of where he's probably hiding. You know what the mission is. Find Zdarnov, Snake.
It's Zdarnov time again. It's a great line from Kaz. He's not just good, he's so good it's scary. Alright, Zdarnov number 5.
Snake, Zdarnov's escaped custody again. You have to track him down.
Oh damn it, Zdarnov.
Combat.
Wombat. Kill everyone along the way. Combat.
Hey! Find Zdarnov, Snake.
We're up! Hear that? Gunshots!
Yep.
Understood. Dispatching reinforcements now.
Fuck is that? Confidential document. For the the smoke box. Yeah. Just lay there and die. Sorry, bro. I should be blind from that. It was behind me. Fuck off. Deaf, maybe. Fuck! Fuck off. Oh, asshole. Get on the ground. Bye-bye.
Wait.
The fuck? Suddenly it's just dead.
Somebody there?
Ah, fuck it.
The enemy's here.
Whoa, what the fuck? Look at them all. Holy fucking shit. Yeah, somehow that did no damage. Okay. There we go.
Kaz, I'm inside the facility. There's rows and rows of trucks here.
Zadornov should be somewhere in that area. Find him.
Fucking Zadornov.
Not this one.
48273. The MGS4 code.
Metal Gear. Nothing.
Mainly. Nice.
Not this one. Sunlight! Damn it. You found me.
Zadornov, you fucking clown. Rescue box, the ambulance box for teammates.
I found him, Kaz.
Close, but no cigar. Not for you anyway. Snake, we're coming to pick him up.
Strangelove, when did you and the boss first meet?
Did she ever tell you about what she saw in space?
Yeah.
I saw the same thing along with her. The Soviets beat America.
Okay. Kind of a gap there.
Strangelove, when did you and the boss first meet?
Did she ever tell you about what she saw in space?
Yeah.
I saw the same thing along with her. The Soviets beat America into space with Sputnik, and so America rushed to be first in manned spaceflight. NASA used her as their top-secret guinea pig, launching her deep into the cold blackness of space. I took part in the project as a scientist.
You were there with her?
Yes. For a brief time. We were one and the same, she and I. We sought each other out, completed each other. Did you know that inside every woman there's a universe? And that we are able to sense this in each other? We connected because of our empathetic female brains. As time went on, I began to have doubts about offering such a noble soul as
those
sacrifice.
are bad.
Why did she have to... The flight test was a narrow success, and she miraculously made it back alive, but her mind and body were horribly mangled, and there was nothing I could do for her. We were no longer one and the same. She went away, and I, having nothing else to live for, immersed myself in AI research, hoping that no one would ever have to make her sacrifice again.
I never knew.
It's not really worth knowing. We were ships passing in the night, that's all. Perhaps someday I'll tell you the long version, if you're interested.
That was quite a warm welcome you gave me at the base in Costa Rica.
Sorry about that. But I simply had to know.
The boss's final act?
Yes. By inputting her thoughts and actions into the AI, I was imbuing it with her mind. The only thing I couldn't understand was her final act.
Operation Snake Eater.
Official history says she betrayed her homeland and defected to the enemy and was killed by you. But it didn't make sense. The boss would be the last person on Earth to betray her country. It was logically inconsistent.
It was, wasn't it?
That internal inconsistency prevented the AI from activating properly. Just as Hal malfunctioned in the film, I understood the reasoning, but I had to have proof. Proof of her final act, her true intentions, one way or another.
So you tried to squeeze it out of me, huh?
As a matter of fact, I did. Your silence was the very answer I was looking for.
That white horse the boss rode.
The Andalusian, yes.
How'd it get to Costa Rica?
I went looking for it. It was her final witness. Even if it couldn't speak, I found it and brought it here.
Where? I thought for sure it'd be blown to ashes by those MiGs.
I searched the ends of the earth for that horse, and found it at last in a horse market in Britain.
Britain? Are you saying it came all the way over the Ural Mountains, through Europe, and across the English Channel?
Who knows, really? Perhaps someone took it there.
Wait, the thought never occurred to you that it might be a different Andalusian that only looks the same?
I can't prove it. Or rather, I couldn't.
What do you mean?
You should know best of all. That horse wouldn't let anyone ride it. And believe me, I nearly killed myself trying. The only one it allowed on its back was you. That was the proof. Though I hate to admit it.
And to think, I ran it to its death.
But in that last run, it regained the glory of its youth, using the last of its strength to pursue its former master. Any horse would wish for such a fine end.
do you make of Peace Walker's final act?
I recreated her thought patterns exactly. It was exactly what she would have done. The world's most empathetic mind weighed the past, the future, and the entire world, and decided not to retaliate. Merely knowing that is enough for me.
So, what you're saying is, we don't need deterrence to have peace?
I didn't say that. What's important is that we wish for peace. MSF needs a way to protect itself from the might of nations. Survival requires pragmatic thought and action. But you must still retain your ideals. If the gap between reality and those ideals ever leads you to lose them, I doubt MSF will survive.
Strangelove. Is that a code name?
No, just a nickname. Don't tell me you don't recognize it. From Kubrick's Dr. Strangelove, or How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Bomb. It's a film that came out in 1964. A dark comedy about the absurdity of nuclear deterrence.
You were in a movie?
No, stupid. I got my nickname because of that movie.
Why? Because you look like the doctor in the movie?
No. That Dr. Strangelove was a man.
So?
Back when I was at ARPA, I kept a photo of the boss on my desk. I was totally engrossed in my research and showed no interest in the opposite sex. Plus, I had a photo of a woman on my desk. The fools around me turned it into a cruel taunt, calling me Strangelove. Even for a bunch of shut-ins who never went out to the cinema, that title seemed to ring true with them. Anyhow, in their eyes, homosexuality was something strange. They were incapable of seeing things outside the lens of their own standards. Being strange means you have your own unique point of view. I rather considered it an honor.
So, you were with ARPA before you came here, huh?
Yes. Back then, it was really the only place I could make a living from my AI research.
And before that?
I started out at NASA. That's where I met her.
When Boss went into space?
Yes. It was that incident that turned me away from aerospace engineering. Space is entirely too hazardous a place for human beings. That was why I felt an immediate need to develop AI. As it turned out, rockets later became much safer, and mankind reached the surface of the moon. In any event, it was a hollow Cold War victory. When you get down to it, a nuclear missile is just a rocket with a nuclear warhead strapped to it. Thus, taking the initiative in the space race was tantamount to a military show of force.
But the budgetary strain was too big for Washington or Moscow to handle.
Yes, and then there was the Cuban Missile Crisis and the Vietnam War, and then came détente. Having leapt ahead of the Soviet Union with its moon landing, America shut down the Apollo program in '72. It was around then that ARPA was downsized and renamed DARPA, the D standing for Defense. With few prospects for continuing my AI research, Coldman's invitation was a godsend. It was also a chance to have them collect data on her.
The end result being this mess.
But we did learn something valuable from her. The nobility of peace.
Why'd you agree to come here, to Mother Base?
You intrigued me.
Me? Hold on. You're not planning on modeling your next AI after me.
Not a bad idea, but I have no intention of ever again attempting to transplant human thought into machines.
Oh, that's a relief.
You are the man who inherited the boss's will. You're gathering people around you, even now, shaping them, building a new organization. I'd like to see how it turns out.
You're not planning to go back to AI research?
I never said such a thing. Of course my work will continue.
Here?
In my eyes, the growth of MSF as an organization is analogous to the development of the nervous system. The way you become intertwined, stimulate each other, branch out in new directions. It's really quite inspirational.
Interesting way to put it.
Of course, I intend to repay you for your hospitality. The fruits of my research will be at your disposal. Why not assign me to the R&D team? I promise you won't be disappointed.
You know, that ID card I got from Huey wouldn't let me into the lab.
Of course not. I deactivated it.
Why?
As though I'd let him into my lab.
Oh, you don't seem to care for him much, even though you two are in the same field.
Oh, please. For starters, I can't stand that wishy-washy attitude of his. If he's got something to say to me, he should be a man and come say it in person, not write some furtive letter.
But if his card doesn't work, how's he supposed to...
And another thing, the way he always demeans himself. Every other sentence begins with, I could be wrong, but... Why can't he just do what he does and be confident about it?
Well, there was the thing about his dissertation being plagiarized.
The real problem is he doesn't have a whit of independence in him. In Costa Rica, and even back at NASA, he was always following people around, asking if there was some way he could help. Why doesn't he stop his whining, take a stand, and face up to me?
I think I know how he feels.
And to top it all off, he seems to enjoy referring to himself by that nickname I gave him. I simply don't get it. How can he be so submissive?
So, Huey was a nickname you gave him.
That's right. I took it from the name of a drone in the science fiction film Silent Running.
Drone?
It's a type of worker robot. The way he follows people, just waiting for them to boss him around, is so similar. I couldn't help myself. Oh, it's an American film directed by Douglas Trumbull, the man who did the special effects for 2001: A Space Odyssey.
Imagine that. A scientist who likes science fiction.
And that's not all.
There's more.
He's a man.
Hang on. I seem to remember you saying he should be more of a man.
Yes. Well, he is an awfully good scientist. Without his reptile pod, my mammal pod wouldn't function, just as the cerebrum can't exist without the cerebellum and the brainstem. He did a fine job of designing it. I'll give him that.
That sounded suspiciously like praise.
It's merely an objective observation. I like people who possess the will to move forward. I have no time for those who refuse to take control of their lives. Until he does, my opinion remains the same.
So, you and Cecile seem to be enjoying yourselves back at that lab.
What are you insinuating? I only kept her because I didn't want our secret to be known.
And the personal baths? You could have left her in there alone and locked the door from the outside.
Yes, well, she seemed anxious, so I...
Now, why would she be anxious?
She was beautiful. I was only admiring her beauty.
She was terrified.
I never meant her any harm. She knew that. I know she did.
But she felt like she was in enough danger to run away.
No matter what I did, if Coltman found her, she would have been... You're right. The truth is, I wanted to save her. But not if it meant forestalling the completion of Mammal.
So you made it easy for her to escape?
Do you really think I am that soft? I'll admit security wasn't exactly tight. It wouldn't have been difficult for her to escape from the building.
Seemed like she had a rougher time after she got out.
At any rate, I never did anything to her to deserve any blame. Is that clear?
Okay. I believe you.
I don't. Fucking perv.
Huey's probably mentioned this, but just to be clear, there's a limit to the parts we can produce here at Mother Base. Therefore, I've built Zeke's AI using memory boards you pulled from other AI weapons.
Will that work?
In the human brain,
my God.
individual functions are spread
Tidus
across
is
multiple
happily
regions.
bouncing on a penis again in
The same
chat.
is true of AI. Multiple parts sharing the same function interlink to strengthen that function. For example, the more sensor memory boards you have, the greater Zeke's search and detect capabilities will be. Install more movement boards, and you'll increase its mobility.
Meaning the AI's capabilities change depending on how much memory we give it?
Exactly. The more boards you install, the more powerful a function will be.
So at this point, If I wanted to continue with Chapter 5 on this save, I'd have to go through like many hours of trying to build Zeke. So the random stuff I've got so far, not going to cut it. But I have my second save. So every time we get to this point, or every time I get to this point, whenever I stream Peace Walker Story, I jump to the old load game. So we can skip a shit ton of hours in grinding, and also grinding pause tapes. You have to grind pause tapes as well. Fighting just loads of AIs. But there's no way I'm going to do that every time, just doing a story playthrough. Alright, here's the old save. Yeah. Back to the U-Nightmare save. I feel like I'm missing something. Last minute or so, trying to figure out what it is. Okay, so this is the other save where my mother base is fucking ginormous. It was like 4 struts or something at the end of the story playthrough we just did. Now it's kind of huge. Wow. I want to check those data files quick. Finished it. Well, I finished all the missions on this anyway. I S+'d all 150 or whatever. I have like level 99 everything. Actually, I think I might have 98 combat. I never got that extra, that final point, final level. The boss. Here we go. We did Pause's tape. We didn't do Strangelove's Memories yet. Strangelove's Sim we did. Pause's Diary. So let's do Strangelove's Memories. These ones actually aren't bad.
I'm about to leave for
the what is it? I hate the Eva tapes. I think they're garbage. I turn it down. Like, it's the only part of the game. Like, I just mute my TV every time because they're just so melodramatic and they're so MGS4 and they're just dripping with cringe. The only part of the game that I don't listen to every time I play it. Anyway, Strangelove Memories are actually not too bad.
I'm about to leave for Costa Rica, a place completely unfamiliar to me, and on a top-secret mission for the CIA, no less. No guarantees I'll come back alive. Might even get rubbed down by the CIA itself. So I'm leaving behind this record. For her sake. For the boss's honor. Ever since I was a child, I've loved to look up at the night sky. I'd go outside after sunset and drink in the cold air. The moon, Venus, so many stars floating on the edge of infinity. In Manchester, it wasn't very often you saw the night sky in all its star-studded glory, but it was enough to stir a deep longing inside me. Even as others cowered beneath Nazi air raids, I was out there, watching the skies, dreaming of one day reaching the heavens. There were, of course, more practical concerns. My skin was incredibly sensitive. Even the slightest bit of sun would turn it an angry shade of red. Playing outside during the day was completely out of the question. Naturally, I hardly ever had a chance to play with other children my age. But I never felt lonely for it. Their way of thinking was irrational, making them simple, easy to predict. The boys would talk of tanks and aeroplanes and creepy, crawly bugs. The girls of pretty dresses, glass beads, and tea and cakes. Of boys they liked. I never had much to say on such matters. The curious thing is, adults really aren't all that different. They're simple, capricious, especially men. As they get older, their heads fill with thoughts of women and more women. Thankfully, I always did have a head for mathematics. When I was about 10, I'd visited Dr. Turing, who lived nearby. We'd sit and discuss mathematical logic. The lights were always on at his house, even in the dead of night. Theoretically, he'd say, there's no algorithm that a computing machine couldn't reproduce. Dr. Turing wasn't foolish like other men, although I didn't find out why until later, after he died. The time will come, he'd say, when computers will be able to think for themselves. That idea rocked me to my core. My aptitude for mathematics brought me closer to the stars. I breezed through school, then went to America for university. While I was studying at Caltech, NASA was established. I signed up in a heartbeat. I was a pretty good computer engineer at the time, and NASA needed skills like mine. The work was enjoyable. Even though I'd given up on going into space myself, it was a pleasure just being a part of it all. I was assigned to Project Mercury, America's effort to compete with the Soviets in manned spaceflight. 7 men were chosen as pilot candidates for the program, becoming heroes overnight. People called them the Mercury 7. The project made good progress, more or less. We had all the funds and materials we needed. After countless hours of analysis, we even had plans for something on par with Sputnik. We thought it'd only be a matter of time before we caught up with the Russians. They'd sent a dog into orbit and brought it back safely to Earth. But NASA top brass dismissed that success as a fluke. The Americans recovered their re-entry capsules at sea, but the only ocean bordering the Soviet Union is the Arctic, so their re-entry capsules had to make impact on land. A dog was one thing, but human spaceflight would still take some time, or so we thought. At the end of January 1961, we successfully put a chimpanzee named Ham into orbit. He returned to Earth as healthy as ever. NASA was giddy with success. It was then that a new woman showed up for duty. She was a backup pilot and advisor. She was beautiful, with blonde hair, strong mouth, and a steely gaze. But there was something else in those eyes, a twinkle of something warmer, of affection. It was the boss. She took one look at us in our revelry and murmured, "Savor this joy today, because tomorrow you'll have to face the truth." And she was right. The next day, our project schedule was accelerated. We'd received new information that the Soviets were mere months away from putting a man into space. The brass had misjudged the Russians. We couldn't afford to allow the shock of another Sputnik. Somehow, we had to get a man into space before the Russians did. It was an utterly impossible task. We'd only just put our first chimp up. With a human on board, failure was not an option, especially if it were one of the Mercury 7 Golden Boys. And on top of that, the brass wanted to put a window in the spacecraft. The pilot wouldn't be a test animal this time, they said, and when this hero came back alive and well, they wanted him to describe what he'd seen. It was madness. Adding a window to our existing spacecraft would leave it unable to handle the stress. Not to mention the problem of shielding the occupant from cosmic rays. But the boss rose to the task, and splendidly. She claimed to be a layman when it came to space, but caught on keenly to new ideas and concepts. She was demanding of herself and of others. She seemed rather cold-hearted at times. But I was smitten. She was beautiful, yes, but more than that, she was wise. Her mind was thoroughly rational, and yet no matter how I tried, I could never predict her actions. It was easy for me to assume that her judgments were drawn from an enormous base of knowledge. Quite simply, her life experiences were more diverse, more intense than anyone else's. To me, they seemed boundless in their breadth. In her, I saw a reflection of the night sky. Perhaps because I too was a woman, she and I became close. I couldn't go out in the sun, but she lit up my life. Her light was soft, like that of the moon. I was so happy. With her unerring guidance, the project steadily regained its footing. But one issue remained, the pilot's safety. When the day came to choose a pilot, the Mercury 7 just quietly walked out. Who could blame them? It was far too great a risk to take. Even if they'd volunteered, NASA would never have let them go. They were national heroes, basking in the media spotlight. There was no way they'd be sent on such a mission. The conference room was silent. Then, slowly, she raised her hand, almost as if acting out a scene from a movie. I spoke out against her going, submitting a report stating the ray shielding was inadequate. But the brass's response was brusque. She's already been exposed to a nuclear test in Nevada. She's the perfect candidate. It was completely irrational. Repeated exposure to radiation would only increase the danger. But the government was still reeling from the Soviet success with Sputnik. There was no hope of getting a rational response. They were simply too panicked. People can be so obtuse when it comes to things they can't see. I, however, understood all too well. Just as invisible ultraviolet radiation scorched my skin, heavy particle radiation from space would cause irreparable harm to human tissue. In a word, she was expendable. It was during the boss's pre-flight checkup that I noticed something strange on the X-ray of her skull. Part of the right hemisphere of her brain was damaged. It seemed inexplicable, given her keen intelligence and amazing physical prowess, but there it was, and I decided to report it. I hoped that perhaps my discovery of a physical defect would result in the flight being cancelled. But as I went to make my report, she stopped me. Why? I demanded. How can you let yourself be their guinea pig? Ignoring my protests, she took me up to the roof of the lab. The night sky was ablaze with stars. It was there that I learned how she had wounded her head. 1943, Los Alamos. She was serving with the Special Forces when she received new orders. A German spy had infiltrated the Manhattan Project, which aimed to build the world's first atomic bomb. She was to eliminate him. His name was John von Neumann, a mathematician with superhuman computational abilities and the designer of the explosive lens. The Manhattan Project was a top national priority, security accordingly tight. The guards couldn't be allowed to know what was going on. She'd have to slip past them and make the death look like an accident. It should have been an easy enough mission. But just before the operation, she received unexpected news. A new life was growing inside her. She was overcome with joy, and for one brief moment, it clouded her judgment. She accidentally got into a shootout with the guards, and without thinking, protected her belly. She was shot in the head. The bullet only grazed the surface of her brain, but the tissue around the wound was destroyed, leaving her in a coma. She wasn't given much chance of recovery, but 3 months later, she woke up. Within 6, she was able to move around as if nothing had happened. It was functional compensation. The other parts of her brain took over for the part that was lost. It made logical sense, but such a full recovery was nothing short of a miracle. Perhaps her superhuman willpower made it possible. Or perhaps my body knew it had to survive for the sake of my unborn child. She smiled as she said that. I understand how she must have felt. Some have taken to calling me Ms. Left Lobe, she said, because I'll do anything for the mission. She was tough, yes, but she had feelings too. I knew that better than anyone else. As it turned out, von Neumann wasn't the spy. The assassination order was a deliberate bit of misinformation planted by the Russians. She had been deceived. The Eastern and Western camps were united on one point: opposition to the Nazis. The Allies needed to develop that bomb before Hitler did. But in looking ahead, the Russians found the Manhattan Project's progress a little too quick for their liking. Mass production of a uranium bomb, like the one that was eventually dropped on Hiroshima, would be difficult from a material perspective. But a plutonium bomb, once perfected, could be mass-produced, and eventually even miniaturized. And Moscow did not like the idea of America having that kind of head start. Explosive lens technology was critical to the plutonium design, so the plan was to get rid of its pioneer, von Neumann. And when that plot came to light, the US and the Soviet Union parted ways for good. It was one of the rare cold nights in Florida. She put her arm gently around my shivering shoulders. As I listened to her voice, I was wrapped in her soothing scent. I felt as if I were dreaming. Even in failure, she seemed perfect. Oddly enough, the failed assassination attempt helped preserve America's edge. A true super genius, von Neumann went on to make his mark in numerous fields outside of the Manhattan Project. Economic game theory, stored program computing. Almost all computers today use stored programs, the so-called von Neumann architecture. His death would have set back computing 10 years, and I wouldn't be at NASA doing research. I wouldn't have been there in her arms that night. I thanked the fates for giving me that chance. But then she said something unexpected. I should have killed von Neumann when I had the chance. Why, I asked. Wasn't the order a Soviet plot? I looked up at her as she began to explain. Yes, von Neumann was innocent, and killing the innocent is a grave crime. But I can't help but wonder, had I succeeded, what would the world be like now? Even without von Neumann, the explosive lens would have eventually been developed. Von Neumann architecture, too. But she seemed to believe that if progress had been put off for a few years, then perhaps East and West would have had a chance to work hand in hand. I'd never considered such a possibility, but her tone was confident, assertive. It was as if she intended to make the two superpowers shake hands herself. The explosive lens was developed too early, spawning a Cold War and an endless nuclear arms race, she continued. That mission sprung from deceit, but maybe it was divine providence too. It was like she was speaking to her own child. Her large, warm hand was on my head. I failed the mission because I let the mother in me take over. I should have killed him, no matter how great the guilt. If I'd killed him, I might not have prevented Hiroshima, but maybe I could have saved everyone in Nagasaki. I looked up at her and saw her looking up too, up at the starry sky. Her face showed only deep remorse. It was as if she'd convinced herself that she alone was responsible for creating this twisted world. But that's no reason for you to sacrifice yourself for this. I knew I'd never dissuade her, and yet I still clung to hope. I know you're concerned, and I thank you, but I have to be loyal to the end. And then she smiled at me. Loyal to the end. Loyal to what? I asked. But she didn't answer. The days that followed were spent training tirelessly for our first space flight. The boss endured conditioning that tested the limits of human capability, and I supported her. Those were happy days. On April 12th, the spacecraft carrying the boss left the Earth's atmosphere. Although it was only 20 minutes of ballistic flight, it was nothing short of miraculous, considering how little time we'd had. The first human in space. We were ecstatic. Then something went wrong. The re-entry angle was slightly off, warping the outer hull. The cause was clear. It was the hastily constructed window we'd installed. Her capsule missed the projected splashdown point by a long shot. As we raced towards the capsule, a breaking news broadcast came over the radio. It was the news report of the successful launch of the Vostok rocket, piloted by the cosmonaut Yuri Gagarin. They'd beaten us into space by the slimmest of margins. When we arrived, the capsule had already disappeared beneath the waves. The boss was floating on the surface. I can't really recall what happened next. They told me later that I gave a strange scream and plunged into the sea, not caring whether my skin would burn. She didn't wake up. Her entire body was bruised, burnt, scorched by cosmic rays. It was a miracle she was still alive. Every day, propaganda boasting of the shining accomplishment flowed out of the Soviet Union. The hardest part was having to read the report the next morning from Izvestia, the Soviet governmental paper. Written there after the report were those legendary words of Major Gagarin: "The Earth is blue." The person who should have said those words, though, was incapacitated, confined to a bed. NASA opted to pretend the flight had never happened. The Soviets had orbited a man around the Earth and returned him safely. We'd barely managed to escape the atmosphere and achieve ballistic flight. Even worse, the pilot was horribly mangled and the spacecraft lost altogether. As they saw it, covering it up was the only alternative to seeing the nation's pride dealt yet another blow. I've been told military records show the boss was taking part in the Bay of Pigs incident at the time. They were that desperate to erase the whole affair. In the end, Alan Shepard's ballistic flight 1 month later became known as America's first space flight. Shepard's flight owed its success to insights earned through the boss's sacrifice. But to me, none of that mattered. I prayed day and night for her recovery, never leaving her side, not even for a moment. Then, as summer ended and the chill of winter approached, she spoke. "Give me water." I threw myself on her breast, and she embraced me. It was all I needed. I thought she would tell me about space, the true sky, where the stars don't twinkle. But the only thing she'd speak of was Earth, our home as she'd seen it from space. So fleeting, so irreplaceable. I was ashamed. I'd been enamored for so long with the sky that I never thought to look beneath my feet, at the ground upon which I stood. As soon as her rehab was over, she was gone. It happened without warning. No one informed me, and the higher-ups wouldn't say a word. It wasn't so strange or surprising, really. I simply assumed she was off to complete her next mission, because she was loyal to the end. Since then, I've devoted myself to researching artificial intelligence, so that no one will ever have to make her sacrifice again. No human being should be asked to take on a mission that dangerous. Next time, I'll be the light that shines on someone else. I still wonder why she opened up to me on that chilly night in Florida. That operation was top secret, even if it was all in the past. I like to think it was because she trusted me. But that's probably not the case. She wanted someone to listen. And I don't think that someone was me. Those faraway eyes, the tone of her voice, like she was talking to her own child. Those things made it clear that she was speaking to someone else. I found myself envying that someone. 4 years later, I learned of her death. A traitor's death, no less. She'd stolen an American nuke and defected to the Soviet Union, where she was killed by her former apprentice. Or so I was told. I refused to believe it. She'd never do such a thing. I could think of only 2 possibilities. Either she really was trying to bring East and West together, or she truly did want to be killed. She believed the world is not the way it's supposed to be, that it's been unbalanced by the tenuous peace offered of nuclear deterrence, and that she was to blame. Perhaps her death was an act of atonement. She was loyal to the end, to our world. And I lost the light of my life.
I'm Strangelove, you perv.
I now find myself victim to an incredibly irrational emotion of my own. That someone, the one she wanted to confess her sin to, could it be the one who took her life? The very thought drives me utterly mad with jealousy. One day, I will discover the truth.
All right. Oh, so we don't pause this tape. Strangelove's memories. No, we did that. Fuck off.
I'm about.
No, shut up. We did the simulation. Didn't do Pause's diary. Message from Eva. It begins. These are kind of the opposite of the Eva tapes. These are like kind of the highlight. I mean, there's lots of good stuff. I love stuff from Strangelove. Huey's okay. Causes about himself tapes. Oh, those tapes. I almost forgot.
The boss is.
Hold on. Well, so there's something I just need to go over. We did the Queen Bee, new plant. Miss F. Oh yeah, the Need for Metal Gear. I don't know if I ever played that one. I don't think I did.
You know, Snake, you're right. As long as we're soldiers without borders, we're going to be a target. We need our own deterrent.
Yeah, we're going to be stepping into a lot of different conflicts as we roam the world, each one unique, and with its own set of geography, ideologies, and politics. If we're going to intervene in those kinds of situations, we need the threat of a Metal Gear.
Unless we want to end up like Che Guevara did in Bolivia.
Well said. Our army without borders doesn't have a land to call home. We're nomads, wanderers. What we need now is a sheepdog to guard our flock.
Right.
Maybe it's not the way the boss would have gone about it, but there are places in this world that need us, and soldiers that need MSF. And as long as we're needed, we'll keep on moving. Ours is a journey that never ends. We're the real Peace Walkers.
Okay, we don't want to do those yet. We want to do those after. I'll do a quick run through of everything. Alright, we didn't do how Miller met Snake. So this doesn't, unfortunately, this doesn't unlock until after the first ending. We'll play it now. This is basically like the best tape in the game. Remember, I always mention this. I always mention that I always mention this. Robin Atkin Downs is the voice actor of Cause, and he had his website. And on his website, there was like, on the front page of it, I believe, there was 3 different examples. There was 3 different examples of his voice acting. And he put up, this was one of them, was this specific tape at the time. I don't know if it's still there. I haven't checked in many years, but
life's funny sometimes, isn't it?
What brought that on?
We first met as enemies on the battlefield, and now here we are fighting side by side.
You mean Columbia?
Yeah. After I quit the JSDF, I made my way there and got myself a position as a drill sergeant for a band of revolutionaries, despite the fact that I'd never seen a day of combat.
I see you had the gift for talking business in Spanish even back then.
Oh, come on, stop it. You're making me blush. Unlucky for me, though, you were in the service of the Colombian army. I remember it like it was yesterday. It all happened in an instant. You guys ambushed us, and half my unit was taken out. My mind went totally blank. I couldn't keep it together. My whole unit was wiped out, and I was left half dead from a bomb blast.
Then, as I was leaving, you yelled out at me. I came all the way from Japan to be here. My place is on the battlefield. Then you asked for my help, saying, I want to be the one to end it. I remember being surprised that there were still samurai in Japan.
You guys came over to me. I had a grenade hidden under me, but even then you were too fast. The second I pulled the pin, you grabbed the hand I was using to hold the grenade with both palms.
I didn't want it to go off. I'd heard samurai were a proud bunch. I wanted to know why one of them would stoop so low as to try to take his opponent with him.
And I said, I'll never lose again. We'll never lose again.
Yeah. We'll do whatever it takes, but we'll never be beaten again.
Then, I passed out from the blood loss. When I woke up, I was in your camp's infirmary, stuck full of tubes. Why'd you save me? Your enemy after I tried to kill you.
Because you swallowed your pride and fought with everything you had.
I just didn't want to lose.
You found a way to fight back, even in the face of death, even when you knew you were going to die. That's the mark of a true warrior. It's not about gain and loss, or victory and defeat. I looked at the way you lived your life and saw the path I needed to take. As a warrior.
Wow. I never knew that. And that's why you...
I realized then that the battlefield doesn't only divide people into allies and enemies. Sometimes it tells you more than just who's an ally or who's an enemy. Sometimes it helps reveal your true comrades.
Like you and me, huh?
That's right. And 2 years later, here we are.
All right. Bus. There shouldn't be any pause stuff that we've missed. All those locations. Same with her. There should be... I think there's nothing new. Do we play William Walker?
La CIA calls their new toy Peace Walker, eh?
Yeah, I guess we did. Okay. Mi viejo! Oh, I never played the Puppy Love tape, I don't think.
Hey, what's with all this sighing? You're not your usual self.
Oh, Snake.
Something on your mind?
Huh? No, not really. I guess... Hey, Snake. Girls are funny, you know? You can never tell what they're thinking. They're always doing their own thing. Maybe they really are different from us men.
Well, what's this about now? Chico, do you have a crush on somebody?
No, it's not that. I just...
What? Go ahead, you can talk to me.
Whenever I talk to Paz, my heart starts pounding and everything I say comes out wrong.
Paz? I guess she is pretty close to your age.
That ever happened to you, Snake?
Well, sure. Happens to everybody.
Well, how do I talk to her?
That is a tough one. Why don't you try, talking to her like you talk to everybody else?
No, it doesn't work. I freeze up every time I'm around her. Our eyes meet and my face starts burning for some reason.
It's like living on the battlefield. You just have to get used to it. You're nervous at first, but the more you're out there, the more natural it feels. Get your courage up and go talk to her more often.
Oh, okay. Man, girls are more full of mysteries than UMAs.
Oh, you got that right.
Okay, let's see. Huey should be done. Yeah. The name's Huey, and we definitely did all of Cecile and all of Strangelove. So now I guess let's let Zadornov. I don't know. How do I want to do this? I'm gonna do Paz's tapes.
As of today, I will be living here at Mother Base. Now my real trial begins. Zadornov was paying my room, board, and tuition, but he has since been captured. I told the man that with no more money from the KGB, I could no longer afford school. He bought my story, and when I said I would be willing to work, he took pity on me and let me stay. For some reason, Miller really pled my case. That was helpful, but the man is still a fool. His men are no better. They think their training makes them strong, but that kind of strength is nothing in the face of true power. And better yet, they wait on me hand and foot, believing I am just a schoolgirl. Looks like I won't be working too hard after all. Just today, while scouting out the living quarters, I saw a group of them in the corner of the deck making a fuss. Going over for a look, I saw they were feeding a kitten. A bunch of grown hard men, and they're the ones acting like schoolgirls. Look, isn't he cute? What is wrong with them? Disgusted, I just nodded and smiled. I must stay in character after all. I indulged their chit-chat for a few moments. Then one of them asked me to give the thing a name. They had just taken it from its mother. I named it Nuke. I improvised some nonsense about how our compassion for living things can help prevent wars. The men gave me a little fish. I held it out in my palm and the kitten happily ate it up. What a pathetic, feeble creature. It sickens me. Today, Chico invited me to go fishing with the soldiers. I suppose finding one's own food does have its merit, but I prefer not to be involved in such a degrading task. And their prattling on about fishing being fun is nonsense. I'm not here to find playmates. Nevertheless, distasteful as it was, I went along in order to maintain my cover. Chico thrust a fishing pole into my hands, and we went up onto the deck where several soldiers had gathered. They welcomed us warmly. With so few women aboard Mother Base, I'm treated like a princess. No one suspects I am neither a teenager nor a student. It was nice and sunny, with a gentle breeze and waves. As I cast my line and waited for a bite, the soldiers began to ask me all sorts of questions. As always, I answered according to our predefined scenario, feigning a smile. As I sat there feeding them lies, the fish began to bite, and the soldiers began to focus on their prey. Chico had his bait stolen by a fish, and got so angry that he stood up and nearly fell into the sea. Everybody laughed. It almost made me want to join in too. At some point, I got a bite myself. The instant after I felt that first gentle tug, the fish yanked the line with astonishing strength, and I let out a cry of surprise. I thought he was going to be huge. It was my first time fishing, and I was a bit flustered, so the soldier beside me helped by supporting the pole from behind. "Reel it in," they shouted. I nodded, turning the handle as fast as I could. I wondered what kind of fish lived below the surface, and thought back to the deep sea dives I had to do as part of training. Those were difficult days, but I remember finding the multicolored fish gliding through the water incredibly soothing. After a hard fight, I pulled it up. To my surprise, it wasn't even half a vara, rather anticlimactic. But I wasn't doing it for fun, so I wasn't the least bit disappointed. Nook was hovering nearby with an expectant look on his face, so I gave the fish to him. All in all, a thoroughly wasted day. Preparations are coming along nicely. No one suspects me of being the one to let Zadarnov out of his cell. Today, Amanda and I taught Cecile how to make gallo pinto. It is a simple home-cooked dish consisting of black frijoles mixed with arroz. It is well known throughout Central America, not just in Costa Rica, so it is no surprise that a Nica like Amanda would be good at making it. But I was raised in the States from a very young age, and could hardly even remember my mother's gallo pinto. Having to make chit-chat with that clueless bird lover and the so-called revolutionary was excruciating. And, clueless or not, I will need to be especially careful around Cecile, the one who actually
Bitch, go Mimis!
Thankfully, Miller and his men seem to believe I mistook the tape I found for one my friend made.
Bitch, go Mimis!
Can never be too careful. Anyway, the three of us
Mimis!
minced garlic and herbs, then cooked them in a pot with frijoles we'd soaked overnight.
Yeah.
While waiting for them to cook, we sauteed onions and arroz in a frying pan. Cecile worked
I just
the
yelled
frying pan
that
according
shit.
to Amanda's directions, but seemed a bit bland.
Sorry, I didn't mean to yell that into the fucking microphone.
She is French, after all. We added water to the pan and watched the arroz begin to steam. While we waited, Amanda shared memories
Sorry.
of her mother with us.
I was telling some bitch to go to sleep.
Separated because of Simosa, but the taste of her mother's cooking was still fresh in her mind. When the frijoles were ready, we
Definitely
drained the
not
water,
Ash.
stir-frying them with the rest of the vegetables. Quite a complicated process for home cooking. Nonetheless, it kept them occupied. The longer we sat and talked, the greater the chance of my arousing their suspicions. With women, it is not enough to just bat your eyelashes and giggle. It takes a lot of effort to divert attention. When the arroz was done cooking, we folded it into the frijoles and added salsa, stirring the mixture as it simmered. At this point, for some reason, the conversation turned to romance. Why does it have to be that way whenever women get together and chat? Cecile fancies herself to be well versed in such matters, and gave Amanda all sorts of advice. It was harmless enough, until, to my irritation, she began pestering me whether there was anybody I liked. Not right now, I said, trying to dodge the question. But she pressed on. It's Snake, isn't it? I gritted my teeth and played it coy. Maybe. Cecile nodded and giggled. He is pretty sexy, isn't he? What a ditz. It's all I can manage to just survive. The thought of romance has never once crossed my mind. I have no interest in that kind of man. Soon enough, a rich aroma began to fill the room. The gallo pinto was ready. Nook came over and rubbed up against our legs, looking for a handout. Unfortunately, it was not the kind of food a cat would like. We let a few of the soldiers have a bite, and then headed off to the mess hall. The home-cooked flavor we'd achieved was a big hit with the men of MSF. Not that we are trying to impress them or anything. Even I could manage a dish like that. Snake enjoyed it too. Let me make this absolutely clear. I have no interest in that man. Football, or soccer as it is known in the States, is extremely popular here. It has not caught on yet in the US, but it has legions of rabid fans all across Latin America. These fans can get so rowdy that it is commonly believed El Salvador and Honduras went to war in 1969 over scuffles in a soccer match. In reality, tensions between the two countries were already high. The match was merely one of the sparks that set them off. But these people are so passionate about this sport that the story seems plausible. Predictably, many of the soldiers here are fans. They have apparently divided themselves into Costa Rican and Nicaraguan teams and started playing each other. To play, you need a ball and 2 goals. The R&D team built and set up simple goals on the deck. I had absolutely no interest, but Chico insisted that I come and watch. It was not a proper match by any means. The pitch was not even regulation size, but the players and spectators alike got pretty excited. They banged empty cans and shouted cheers through the handmade megaphones. It almost felt like carnival. Huey, the referee, blew a whistle to start the match. The soldiers' training has left them in excellent physical shape, but they lacked the honed skills of professionals and their play was quite rough. Midway through, one of the men collided with another. They started shouting at one another, but Huey stepped in. "I thought we had forsaken our countries, become one with the earth," he said, quoting Snake. "We're not competing for national pride here, and we are not fighting for the good of any one country. This is not a war. Soccer is a peaceful sport, am I right?" The soldiers nodded. They know the pain of war, and they share Snake's vision. Perhaps that is why all this resonates with them. Team Costa Rica was down a man, and somehow I was picked to fill in. Costa Rica had the advantage up until that point. I suppose Huey wanted to keep it balanced. The soldiers agreed with Huey's call. Maybe the Costa Rican players felt an even matchup would be more fun too. I could not be bothered to run at first, but chasing the ball out there in the hot sun, I was soon drenched in sweat. Before long, I found myself actively seeking out the ball, partially out of desperation. I picked up a loose ball deep on the opponent's side of the field. Even though he's Nicaraguan, Chico cheered me on, yelling, "Go for it, shoot!" I launched the ball as hard as I could, only to have it blocked by the keeper. Disappointment only increased my determination. In the end, I didn't score a single goal, and Costa Rica gave up its lead. It was really close, though. We congratulated each other on a good match and sprawled out in the shade on the deck, exhausted. The ocean breeze felt so nice on my sun-soaked body. Nuke came over. It is one of his favorite spots, and stretched out next to me. And together, we watched fluffy white clouds drift lazily across the clear blue sky. Football. It was lovely out today, so I decided to sun myself in a lounge chair up on the deck when Strangelove came up to me. Despite the heat, she was in her usual long sleeves and pants. I waved at her. She looked away and mumbled, "Hello there. Fancy meeting you here." I asked if she needed anything, feeling her eyes creeping up and down my body like she was savoring it. Finally, she swallowed and said, "You have such beautiful skin." Bewildered, I shook my head and said, "No, not at all." I had heard rumors that she was a lesbian, but she couldn't be after me, could she? She continued to stare and said, "No, it is beautiful, but you must not let yourself get so tanned." And then she took my hand in hers.
What is wrong with a little son? I asked, trying to cut the conversation short. But she shook her head violently. No, you mustn't. A young lady should take better care of her skin. She was acting strangely now, as if aroused. She lectured me on the perils of tanning, how it ages skin, causing wrinkles and spots, and in the worst cases, even skin cancer. I knew already that tanning could cause spots, but I thought only pale-skinned Anglo-Saxons had to deal with that. Having a scientist tell me it causes aging, though, that spooked me a little. If I am to keep playing the teenager, I will have to start paying more attention to my skin. Sensing my anxiety, she took a small tube from her pocket. She said it was the sunscreen she always used. She told me to keep it. I didn't know what to say. I was more than happy to take it, but exactly what were her intentions? Was she merely being nice? Or is she really into me? Either way, there was no reason to refuse, I suppose. I have undergone training. An out-of-shape woman does not pose any real threat to me. Having power means not being afraid. It is the same on a global scale. A country with nukes can dictate terms to a country without them. I thanked her and took the tube. Then she offered to put some on for me. She squirted some lotion onto her fingers and began rolling it into my chest. It happened so suddenly, and I was so taken aback that I did not even think to protest. She caressed my stomach with her long white fingers, then slid them upwards between my bikini-clad breasts. What? Wait, I sputtered as her moist eyes met mine. She was beautiful. Somehow, I found myself captivated by this woman more than 10 years my elder. Hold still, she whispered in my ear. I nodded silently, unable to refuse. My body went limp, motionless, as if in a trance. Gently, carefully, she rubbed the lotion all over my entire body. I shouldn't have enjoyed it, and yet I could not help myself. For a moment, I was spellbound. That woman is dangerous. I had better watch myself. Protecting one's health is an important part of any agent's job. But despite my best efforts, I have caught a cold. Now that I think about it, Mother Base's numbers are on the rise, with soldiers coming from all different places and backgrounds. It is no wonder, then, that sooner or later someone would bring in a virus. That said, what I have got is just a common cold. The medical team said I'd need a few days rest, so I've been restricted to my room and put on bed rest. I thought I'd gotten used to not having anyone around to relate to, but at times like these, being alone is just miserable. All I could do is lay there and stroke Nuke's back, trying to take my mind off how bad I felt. Nuke just sat there, not making a sound. But I did have visitors. Amanda and Chico, Huey, Cecile, Miller, and a few of the soldiers I've become relatively close to. Amanda made me a soup with herbs she said were good for a cold. Miller told me to take it easy. I will sing you a lullaby, he said, then broke out a guitar and sang some incomprehensible song in Japanese. I did not need to understand the lyrics to know he is an awful singer. Then he said, "You know what is good for a cold? Suppositories. Here, I'll show you." He began to take off his pants, so I threw my tissue box at him to make him go away. Then Strangelove showed up, saying she had some miracle Indian cure. "It has got eucalyptus extract," she said. "It works best if you rub it into your chest." And then she tried to take off my nightshirt. I whacked her with my pillow, and I got rid of her. Chico brought me a little flower in a cup. It had been growing in a little bit of earth that probably found its way on board, stuck to something else. "I found this on the deck. Here, you can have it." He tried to act nonchalant, but I am pretty sure he's got a crush on me. None of them understand. If they thought these little visits would cheer me up, they were wrong. Tonight, Snake himself came to my room. Like the rest, he believes I am just a schoolgirl and treats me as such. Why did you abandon your country? I asked him. Why create the MSF? Of course, I knew the answers already, but I wanted to hear it from him. As I had imagined, he was not exactly forthcoming. All he would say is that his country abandoned him because all he could do was fight, and that is why he needed the MSF, because that is all he is any good for. Then he said, fighting is the only thing I understand, but that does not mean I have got a grudge against those who believe in peace. I am not one of them, and I do not believe in peace. Conflict is in man's nature. We fight our enemies in order to survive. Maybe we are not so different after all, he and I. But that is exactly why I'm going to have to kill him, or else he will have to kill me. When I stop and think about this wretched existence, being killed by a man like that suddenly does not seem like such a bad thing. Every month, Mother Base throws a party for all the soldiers whose birthdays fall in that month. There is something strange about a military organization having parties. Really though, it is just an excuse to drink and make noise. It is not easy to get alcohol in a fortress in the middle of the ocean. Most days they are training from dawn till dusk. They do not have time for things like drinking. That is why Snake and Miller came up with the idea, to give everyone a chance to let loose. Obviously, a bunch of boors like that are not going to bother with blowing out candles on a cake. Rather, they sit there in a cloud of cigarette smoke, drink beer, eat meat, tell tasteless jokes, and swap crude insults about one another's hometowns. But it hardly ever breaks out into something serious. They talk up a storm, but they're just having fun. It is funny. You have got members of FSLN rubbing shoulders with the UCLAs, people who once would have considered the other mortal enemies. I wonder if that is what makes Big Boss so popular. In leaving their countries behind, they leave their hatred for other countries too. Miller seemed a little protective of me. Hope they're not being too crude, he said. But soon enough, he too was drunk. He yelled, "Come here and take a look at the real Kazuhira Miller," then dropped his pants and mooned everybody. The other soldiers burst out laughing. I have never seen such a crude, ridiculous party before. And yet, all these people, laughing and acting the fool. Is this what they call peace? For some reason, I began to think about all that has happened since I came here. Fishing with Chico, cooking with Amanda and Cecile, playing soccer, having visitors when I caught a cold. When I stop and think about it, my time here has been the most peaceful of my life. But that is about to end. I cannot imagine he will be willing to negotiate. It seems I am to fight the legendary Big Boss. I do not know if I'll be able to beat him, but if I have to choose between death and defying Cypher, I will gladly choose death. The thought of dying does not scare me. But if I disobey my orders, the fear and despair awaiting me will be far worse than anything I can imagine. It was Cypher who took me in as an orphan, gave me food and a place to live. His orders may have been unreasonable, but I will never repay my debt entirely. It seems I have no choice. I must fight this man. I must fight Snake. Juno Miller, Snake's right-hand man, apparently has got at least one serious weakness. He is an insatiable womanizer. He does not bother me, most likely because he considers teenagers off limits. But he has hit on every single one of the few female soldiers here at Mother Base. They ought to be telling him where to stick it, but end up falling for it so easily. I think some of it stems from the fact that he is actually not that bad looking. Anyway, today, that nasty habit got him in trouble. He and Snake got into one of their rare fights, and I was there to see it. They burst out of the showers, completely naked, trading punches. I am no child. The sight of a naked man does not make me blush. But this was something else. "Maybe this'll teach you," Snake yelled as he slammed his fists into Miller's chest. I heard later that apparently he had been two-timing someone, and that same someone had gone to Snake with her troubles. As I see it, it is her own fault for letting herself be deceived like that. If she is too dumb to see through Miller's lies, then she got what she deserved. But this was not the first time it had happened, or the second, and Snake read Miller the riot act. Miller argued back, and what began as a shouting match turned into a fist fight. "You son of a bitch," Miller yelled as he swung. "Not bad," said Snake, smiling, "but not good enough." And then he was back on the offensive. They had already been at it pretty hard in the showers, and their bodies were covered with bruises. Both of these men had been trained for war, their bodies deadly weapons. They were each bleeding from a dozen places. All this from a fist fight. Even so, it was far less gruesome than if they had given it their all. It was obvious that one of them would be dead were they fighting for real. Miller took another swing, yelling, "Try this then!" Snake parried, then responded in kind, but I could tell he was not aiming for anything vital. "You are one tough bastard, boss," Miller muttered. A smile crept across his face as he caught his breath. And then they went right on fighting. Blood and sweat flew off their glistening bodies. It was combat without hatred or hostile intent. I had never seen violence like this before. And yet, it was more than just a friendly tussle. They were utilizing every technique they knew. It was not a sporting match. They were not playing by the rules. How could they keep this up? At last, the two men tired themselves out, and the bizarre scene came to an end. They looked at each other's battered bodies, and then burst out laughing, embracing and congratulating each other on a good fight. It all seemed so idiotic. I still cannot fathom such behavior. But somehow, I got the sense that for all his womanizing, Miller really only trusted one person, and that was Snake. There was no way I could ever come between the two of them. And at that thought, I began to feel as if I had lost. All of Mother Base is preparing for a festival. Since Snake and his soldiers spend so much time fighting, they are setting aside one day a year for peace and relaxation. I do not know all the details, but apparently that is what Snake and Miller decided. These soldiers love the idea, of course. There is so little fun to be had here that everybody looks forward to events like these. That is all well and good, but somehow I got roped into getting on stage. "Come on, we even both have peace in our name," said Miller. "And Zdarnov, that old Ruski's name, has something to do with peace too, right? Hey, as long as we are having a day of peace, we ought to get an act together. The Three-Piece Band." I thought he was joking. He then proceeded to share his idea without bothering to check with me. And now I am slated to sing. Apparently, he had heard me on the deck one day, and since then he's wanted to form a band. Everybody's looking forward to it, so there is no way for me to back out now. I have never done anything like this, but it does feel kind of nice to know that people are looking forward to it. I mean, it cannot be any worse than Miller's singing. But modifications to Zeke are already finalized, and I must complete my mission. Betray Psy for now, and I will face a fate far worse than death. Still, there's no need to put things in motion just yet. What difference would it make to just wait a little while longer? A whole day of peace. The mission can wait until after that. Can it not? I know I am only delaying the inevitable. When the day comes, one of us will have to die. Snake or me. But still, if I I could just come up with some way to stall Cypher, at least until our day of peace. When did I start having thoughts like this? All of Mother Base is preparing for a festival. Since Snake and his soldiers spend so much time fighting, they are setting aside... My cover is blown. They know nothing of Cypher or my true objective, but they know I am a spy. There is no more time left. I must act now. I must complete my mission. How did it come to this? All I wanted was 3 more days. Just 3. Miller's already finished writing the song. It is called Love Deterrent. It is about a girl who cannot express her true feelings. I have been practicing. I am no pro, but I was pretty sure I would do a decent job. And now this. Cypher found out that Zeke was complete. He must have someone inside Mother Base besides me, spinning his tightly wound web of control, leaving no room for individual will. Typical. When they found out Zeke was complete, I was ordered to execute the operation immediately. If I was going to enjoy just 1 day of peace, I had to ensure the plan could not move forward. I tried to sabotage Zeke. I thought by damaging the drive system, they would have no choice but to delay their plans. I waited until midnight, and then snuck into the hangar. There would be trouble if it looked like sabotage. I selected one of the drive system's load-bearing parts and carefully worked to warp its shape. The leg's drive system requires a high degree of precision to operate. Even the smallest deviation would have done it. Then, Chico walked in. Maybe it was one of those nights where he could not sleep. In any case, he saw me, panicked, and took off running. It would have been easy to kill him, but I could not. I know he likes me. It is not as if I would ever have an interest in a child like him, but I could not pull the trigger. Not at him, not in the back. Will he tell them? Or is there a chance he will keep it a secret? Protect me? No. He knows now. Knows I am not who he thought I was. He ran without even questioning what I was doing. There is no chance he does not know. And soon, all I have built here will end. And if Cypher has another agent among them, if he finds out I tried to sabotage Zeke, this place will no longer be my heaven. Then it is settled. I make my move now. Chico walked in before my sabotage was complete, so Zeke should still be operational. It might not run at full speed or power, but I do not have time to fix that. Without Zeke, I do not have a chance in hell of winning. I must act fast before Chico sounds the alarm. I knew it would come to this. I just did not think it would be so soon. It is time, Zeke. Metal Gear Zeke. Activate.
Shit. And now...
Snake, Zadornos escaped. You have to find him.
You guessed it. Dornov has escaped from it. Find it. Back. Something weird here. One last Zadornov escape.
Big Boss!
My work is done. What are you talking about? V for victory! Rocket! Peace! Kaz, I found Zadornov. I had to kill him.
Huh. So much for a fugitive.
Something's not right here. I'm thinking he had a friend.
Someone inside MSF. Huh?
What's going on?
It's Zeke. It's moving.
What?
There's somebody inside. I can see them. Snake, get up here. Pronto!
Bruh.
Took you long enough, Big Boss.
Boss. Get down from there before you hurt somebody.
Maybe I want to hurt somebody.
What's going on? She's not herself.
Oh, I am myself, all right. My true self.
Kaz, shut that thing down.
I can't! The controls aren't responding!
Then how's it moving?
I made some modifications. This machine was meant to have a human pilot.
Modifications? Paz, what are you...
Never thought I'd be into machines, huh?
No.
Then Zadornov's escape was a diversion.
Paz, what are you doing?
I'm taking it back.
Taking it back? Where?
To our leaders. To Cypher.
Cypher?
This weapon is Cypher's creation.
Paz, get down from there!
Do not call me that. I am Pacifica Ocean.
My name, my age, my mission.
Cypher gave them all to me. My entire life has but one purpose. To carry out Cypher's plan. The nasty tobacco. The angel of peace crap. The whole teen with a dream routine. I am through with all of it.
Paz, you can't.
Call me that. It makes me want to puke. Everything has gone exactly as planned. Now the
Real Peace Walker project is finally about to reach its goal.
Real project?
Once upon a time, there were two young men who idolized a hero called the Boss. One day, they suddenly lost the point of origin. This Cypher, that was like a mother to them. Unable to come to terms with their sorrow, they each decided to carry on the will of their hero. But they could not agree on what that meant. In the end, they became bitter enemies, and the Zero from which they both started was split into two. And you have been on the wrong path ever since. There is no happily ever after waiting for you in the end, unless you obey the will of Cypher. Where does an army without borders call home? A state without borders, of course. A world without borders.
A world without borders.
The Cold War order is about to collapse. The age of electronic intelligence is about to begin. The NSA, CSS, NRO, DIA, etc., etc.
The intelligence community that has long bickered amongst itself will be united in a world governed by electrons. Cypher will gather all information, watching over the world and guiding the will of its people, all while they remain blissfully unaware. There will be no one to oppose them. For the first time, the world will be ruled by a single will. Until the new order is in place, you and your army will be the force that protects it. You will be Cypher's deterrent, pulling the wool over the eyes of the old order with your charisma and military prowess. Accept our offer, and we will allow you to retain control of MSF and Zeke.
That's an offer.
The boss threw down her gun, and with it, her life's calling. You, her disciple, have never been able to do that. You are too afraid to let go.
I was made to fight. I am a gun.
Is that so? Then what do you call this? Is it a gun too? You are a lousy liar. Admit it. This thing is a monstrosity. A product of your own fear. But not Cypher. Cypher thought of something different. Cypher's going to control guns.
Control guns?
That is right. Not deter. Control. It is the ultimate approach to the illusion of peace.
Control power. You're gonna be disappointed.
Then we are done. Thank you for playing. Better luck next time. The offer is rescinded. And now the ultimatum. Zeke is already in nuclear strike mode.
What?
I'm taking the weapon you built and using it to launch a nuclear strike on the east coast of the United States.
You're insane. What are you after?
But wait, here is your consolation prize. We are about to show the world just how dangerous a gang of outlaws, an army without borders can be. You and your men will become pariahs, and you will be wiped off the face of the earth. Rather than heroes, you will be seen as a well-armed extremist cult prone to indiscriminate outbursts of nuclear aggression. You will give rise to a new world order, an age of deterrence defined by its fear of extremist cult influence. Do you like the picture I am painting, Big Boss? When all is said and done, peace is nothing but a fantasy. A game is a game. You either win or you lose. All you can do is fight. Stop me if you can. The peace sign is the V of victory. Say, peace.
Forgot to choose what I was wearing.
She's gonna launch a nuke. Snake, we've got to stop her. Whatever it takes. Awaiting your orders.
Stop me if you can.
That giant fucking cocoon face. Cocoon! I'm not gonna have the right weapons, am I, at all? Oh, I do. Oh, this is the other save. Right, so I can take this thing down pretty fast then. I got the M47, this ridiculous quad barrel. It's the dust off, right? Yeah. What? I don't want to end it instantly. The box. Man. Oh, I do. I have the Infinity Stealth Mask. I don't think that's going to help me here. There we go. Oof. I'm not there anymore. Oh, fuck. I just die? Nice. I wanted to piss around with the stealth mat and I paid for it. Playing on PS3. The version. Bitch, right when I shot. Hey. Yes, it is.
Strike requesting. Target acknowledged. Bombs away.
This will be good. Nice. The fuck.
Getting distracted by the gun platform. Put other bases' gun platforms to use. The control panel is on the edge of the deck.
Come on.
Rocket launcher ready to fire. Launch on target. Fire. Things over is thinner in some areas. Aim for the weak spot. Aim for the AI pod. Things over is things getting distracted by the gun platform. How could we have been so blind?
Oh, it's unbelievable, Kosh.
How could you be so foolish? Don't let that die!
This is the ridiculous. Oh shit! The M47 is like the overpowered rocket launcher that you get late games. Oh, okay. Oh, stop landing on it. Come on. Nice. Thank you, Superman. Nice.
Anti-ship missile is loaded and ready to launch. Anti-ship missile ready to fire. Target confirmed. Commence attack.
What, take it out? Nice. You think I take her out with a strike marker? That'd be cool. I don't think I've done that before. No way we're gonna be able to throw this far.
They've okayed the request for supporting fire. It should commence any second now.
Not even close.
That cannon's taken a beating. It's useless now.
Did I just take out my own cannon? Too late.
We're working on it now. Time to wrap these up. You're finished.
Damn. Don't jump. Oh, come on. Oh, stop kicking my ass. I want to finish this bitch with... I can't do it though now, can I? You have to wait.
Try again later. I need time to reload.
gotta wait for it to not be yellow anymore. That would help. Come on. Stream height, Dara. Oh, I don't have any. I only have that one. Okay, so try and get her to come near it. Come on. Come here, you cunt. Come on. Hi, Dara. Just wailing on me. Over here, jump on this. Shut up. There we go. Fuck, you gonna do it again? This won't stop anywhere near here. Come on. This is always going to be over there. Okay, you know what? I'm going over there and maybe she'll go over here. Holy shit! Oh! What? How did that not finish you off? You bitch. You bet those last few didn't hit. There we go.
It is no use. Zeke is out of my control. This is where it ends. Listen to me, Big Boss. As long as your army is needed, the world will never know true peace.
The peace you will know will be fleeting, elusive. They will use you, disgrace you, and then finally discard you like they would a cancer to society. This is the path you have chosen.
Who would have thought that little girl was working against us?
Tell me about it. She had everybody fooled, me included. Can't believe I didn't pick up on anything.
Snake, there's no point in beating yourself up over the past. But hey, maybe you should put in some practice against Zeke in case this sort of thing ever happens again. In any case, I need to go talk to Dr. Strangelove. Zeke still isn't ready.
Huey!
How's it going? How's Zeke look?
The attitude control AI had a backup, so it should be able to walk.
Really? That's good.
Beyond that, it's up to the Creator. Stop! Don't come any closer, Doctor.
There's something I've been meaning to ask you. Do you despise me?
Doctor, are you asking me out?
No, not at all.
No? Pity. Because I've just had my heart broken by someone else.
What?
I only like those who can stand on their own. If you fancy me, then come walk with me. Who knows what miracles might happen. Love is blind after all. Take your time. I'll be waiting.
Snake!
That name Paz mentioned at the end, Cypher. It's a code. It means empty. It also means...
Zero.
A world of electronic intelligence, built on codes. And at the center of it all, a zero.
Kaz.
Look, boss. I owe you an apology. Hear me out, okay?
Sure.
I knew Paz and the Professor. I knew who they really were all along.
Kaz.
I used them.
I suppose you were the one that brought them to Columbia in the first place, huh?
Guilty as charged. Paz wasn't just CIA, you know. She was working for the KGB, too. And for this Cypher group. In other words, she was a triple agent.
You knew all of this?
Wait, let me finish. Listen. MSF never would have gotten this big if it weren't for them. This mercenary business we built. Someday it's gonna be a new driving force in the world economy.
Is that your goal all along?
The Cold War's not gonna last forever. Sooner or later it's gonna give way to an era of regional conflicts and terrorism. A paradigm shift from counter-communism to counter-terrorism. In the new age, armies won't be tied to states, and war will become a business. We'll be a valuable commodity. There'll be clients all over the world who need our services. MSF is only the beginning. What we're creating here is a revolution in itself. Am I right?
Kaz, it's not going to be that easy.
What do you mean?
This whole Peace Walker thing has left our mark on the history of the Old Order. We've put ourselves on the radar of intelligence agencies and governments east and west. The whole world probably knows about us now.
Including that Cypher outfit.
We've let ourselves interfere with the times, with the Cold War system of deterrence. We're an army without a flag. We weren't supposed to take sides in international affairs, but we did.
I see your point. So what happens to us now?
We'll be hunted.
Not everybody's gonna be happy with us, huh?
You're damn right. We upset the global military balance of power.
And these people would rather our army without borders not exist at all?
They're gonna come knocking real soon. There's no turning back now. We're a wrench in the old system of deterrence. As long as the times refuse to change, we're gonna make a hell of a racket.
Then who are we gonna fight?
The establishment. Anybody who tries to restore the old balance wants to snuff us out of existence.
Which establishment?
It won't be a particular country or ideology that hunts us.
Who then?
We are going to be fighting the biggest beast of all. The Times. 10 years ago, the Times rejected the boss and killed her. And now, we're the ones being tested. Will the Times erase us? Or work with us? It's gonna be a lonely battle. No good or evil. No winners or losers. Business will have to wait. The question we have to ask ourselves now is, can we survive long enough to see the 21st century?
I'm with you, boss. We'll see how it turns out.
You don't know why Kaz... Why? I'll say it after, fuck it.
The hunt is on, Kaz. And the whole world's on our tail. Assemble the men.
You don't get why Big Boss just accepts this bullshit from Kaz? He really doesn't. Like less than a year later, on Ground Zeroes, when Big Boss like disappears with the help of fucking Zero and Eva into the Seychelles to lay there for 9 years or whatever the fuck, he completely leaves Kaz behind. He fools Kaz into thinking that Big Medic is him. So he pretty much ditches Kaz. And there's nothing between those two things happening. There's like that's how I see it. That's the direct cause. Wait a minute, cause and cause? Whoa, is that a pun? Anyway. He doesn't at all. And then at the end of Phantom Pain, when Kaz finds out at the end of Phantom Pain and he says, "Oh, to hell with Big Boss." Like, he said the hell with you, Miller. Like, calm down. I don't think he doesn't just take this news of Kaz knowing everything and setting up Zdarnov and Paz to come to Mother Base. Big Boss doesn't forget. And he doesn't just not react. He just doesn't snap right away and try and kill him or something. He just sticks him with Big Medic and sides with and look how much like Kaz and Ocelot smashed heads in TPP all the time. They were arguing, like almost polar opposite reactions every time. So Miller obviously didn't think much of Ocelot anyway, and even Ocelot said one of us is gonna have to kill each other at the end. Which he did in 2005, 3 days before MGS1. Like 30 years after this or whatever. 20 years? I don't know. After. Anyway, what was the other thing I was going to say? I don't know. I think I made my point. I feel like I'm missing something. Oh, so, yeah, they butt heads so much. Like, not only did Big Boss choose to leave Kaz behind and make him think that Big Medic was Big Boss. The very same thing, like something else, too, is that basically Big Boss chose Ocelot over Kaz as well. Not just because... It wasn't all just because Kaz knew everything in Peace Walker and set half of it up. It's because, like, he obviously has a strong dislike for Ocelot, and then Big Boss chose Ocelot instead of Kaz as well. So him saying, "Oh, to hell with Big Boss" at the end, it's even more fitting, really. How strongly he might feel like he's turned against Big Boss in a big way in his mind, in a way that he probably wouldn't come back from, and well, he never did, obviously, considering his later Solid Snake role and being murdered by Ocelot.
in some fucking shack in Alaska. Out of nowhere. It's never said whether anybody knows about who the boss's child is. It's never brought up again in another game. Even in MGS4, you'd think they'd be, because MGS4 is terrible, you'd think they'd just be flaunting that shit all over the place. And their god-awful monologue cutscenes with some nice Shinkawa art thrown around. Who is that cyborg ninja, Shalaboxy? What? This is like the opposite of Grandma Boxy. It's old man Boxy. Bad. Alright, how are you? Bad. Look here. This machine will be quite useful. Steal? No, I'm taking it back. Well, no shit. Wonder why. This ship now carries enough Semtex on its key structural points to blow it out of the water at the touch of this button. That's right. No one has to die needlessly. We're almost at the target. Get a move on. Gotta find the older one. Olga. Oh, here he is. Ciao. Okay. Start off with who is. I cannot even guess. Hold on, wait. Post credits number 2.
We will forsake our countries. We will leave our motherlands behind us and become one with this earth. We have no nation, no philosophy, no ideology. We We go where we're needed, fighting not for country, not for government, but for ourselves. We need no reason to fight. We fight because we are needed. We will be the deterrent for those with no other recourse. We are soldiers without borders, our purpose defined by the era we live in. We will sometimes have to sell ourselves and services. If the times demand it, we'll be revolutionaries, criminals, terrorists, and yes, we may all be headed straight to hell. But what better place for us than this? It is our only home, our heaven and our hell. This is outer heaven.
Ooh, red screen.
Olga, don't cast suspicion where it isn't due. Been 2 years ago, Olga. Let it go. Olga, how could you suspect me? How meaningful you make that sound. If Sergei were still alive. Olga, Sergei was my best friend.
Yes.
Listen, daughter of Sergei. Don't ever let me see your gun pointed at me again.
And they start rolling around with their guns. Couple tapes in you, and then it's almost basically.
King! Batman is fat.
Doesn't matter. It saves us the trouble of feeding him ourselves. Yeah. The fat man. Which there's like a handful of tapes. There's Chico, Cause. Very nice. Okay, so the Cause one was which? Ah, here we go. Left the back on Cypher first.
Remember that habit Paz had, Snake? How she always had her index finger on her upper lip like this?
There's like 10 minutes left.
Yeah, it bugged me ever since we first met her. Never figured her for a snuff user.
I can't believe we never noticed.
She used the kind where you keep a pouch of leaf in your upper jaw, let it absorb through your gums. She might not have been used to it. Probably used her finger to keep it in place.
How could Paz... We were gonna start a band together.
She was posing as a KGB agent, too.
She must have put on the act to get close to Galvez. Wonder how much Coleman knew. But the whole time she was working for some organization called Cypher.
Huh. Cypher? Ring any bells, Kaz?
Cypher. It means code, or zero in Arabic numerals.
Zero.
Does that mean something to you?
Not sure.
You know, Cypher and zero were basically the same word. It's a linguistic redundancy. The word stems from the Sanskrit shunya. It corresponds to the Buddhist concept of emptiness. In Buddhism, shunya means hollow. It supposedly refers to something that's swollen and empty on the inside.
A big swollen emptiness. Just like outer space.
Should be all of Causes. And it doesn't have anything to say. Pico, of course, does.
Paz's true self.
Chico, I heard you saw Paz trying to sabotage Zeke before she activated.
I should have stopped her. If only I hadn't run away. I could have captured her before she got inside. If I'd done that, she'd still be here.
She was carrying a gun. Probably trained to use it too. Don't blame yourself. You couldn't have stopped her anyway. You were unarmed.
Could have at least talked to her. If I'd promised not to tell anyone, Paz wouldn't have gone and done what she did. It's just I was so shocked. I panicked. Ran away.
Chico, when you saw Paz, she was trying to sabotage it, right?
Huh? Well, yeah.
And right after that, she took control of it, tried to make me surrender. Something doesn't add up. Why would she sabotage Zeke when she was about to use it against me?
What?
Her actions were inconsistent. Even for a spy. If she wanted to destroy Zeke, she could have done it and run away. But if her goal was to steal Zeke, she'd have no motive to sabotage it.
I don't know.
Maybe your seeing her caused her to change her plan. I don't get it.
Do you think Paz was planning to double-cross Cypher? Without Zeke, she wouldn't have any way to threaten you.
If that were the case, she could have told me all that from the beginning. She wouldn't have had to try and sabotage it.
I guess so, but that was the day before Peace Day. Paz was going to sing in a band. I couldn't wait to hear her. What if she wasn't going to double-cross them? Maybe she just wanted to at least be able to enjoy that.
Chico.
I knew it! If only I hadn't run away. If I talked to her. Promise I wouldn't tell anybody.
Don't second-guess yourself. Think about who might have been hurt if you kept quiet.
Yeah, but...
Besides, we don't know for sure she's dead. She was ejected into the ocean, and she had scuba equipment with her.
Yeah.
Stop beating yourself up over the past, Chico. Put your hope in the future. The past is the past, but the future is up to you.
Right, boss.
You got it, boss. Furious typing. It's fine. Yeah. I just love pointing it out. Cecile's obviously done. Angela has fuck all to say about it. Okay, that leaves one more file. So I always put it this way: most people won't see this file, or won't have, because you have to finish like all 100 plus side ops, and like almost no one, well, not very many people who play Peace Walker bothered to play, you know, all that extra shit. You don't have to S rank or anything. But my estimate is, because a lot of people always say like, what the fuck, I never saw this part of Peace Walker, this is kind of important. Like, yeah, just a little wee bit. It's the phone call. It's the classic phone call, except you got to put so much fucking work into getting it. It doesn't just play for you. It doesn't just hand it to you like every other game. Not even close. It really makes you go out of your way. So it's about a minute long, maybe less, and that'll be the end of the run.
It's me. Smoothly? Naturally? No. Big Boss doesn't know the truth. No, Langley hasn't decided what to do yet. Their hands are full with their own mess. True. Lubyanka is in the same boat. Yes. Other eyes continue to watch, but no sign of contact so far. Exactly. It's a non-state army to use however they want. They've probably decided there's no sense in wiping them out just yet. Better to make use of them. Indeed they have. There's a site near Angola. And we fully validated the AI as well. Agreed. In the end, a machine is just that. A machine. Sigan was right. It seems it's time for a change in approach. Machines are best suited to specialize in high-level data processing. Yes, of course. Speaking of which, any news on the Suns? 2. Already? Really? But they're strictly an insurance policy, yes? So that's the idea. I wonder how Big Boss will respond. Yes, but I'm only interested in the business angle. Like I said before, I'm neither an enemy nor an ally. I'm merely a business partner. Don't forget it. Yes, I'll be in touch, my dear Zero.
Yes, I'll be in touch, my dear Boxy.
Okay. Oh no. So that's it. That's it for Peace Walker. Can't think of anything else. That's the, what was it, like 4 post after the second credits. Cause and Eco comment. Nobody else does, I don't think. No. And of course the phone call. I mean, no wonder Big Boss sees him behind. This kind of like this last bit was already damning enough, saying it to his face, like, "I did all this. Let's stay in business together." Like, what? What the fuck are you on? And then the phone call, yeah, that's. And then in Phantom Pain, he's like, I was the parasite feeding on. Maybe he didn't say parasite because that word's obviously overused later for another reason. But yeah, I was the something down in the dirt, suckling on the money that Zero's, you know, whatever, making happen, something like that. Like, not a good enough excuse. And by that point, anyway, he's talking to Big Medic. He's not even talking to Big Boss. Big Boss is long gone and he doesn't give a fuck. Which was kind of necessary. I mean, I still think it should have been about, 10 times as fleshed out, and Big Boss should have actually fucking said something. Throughout the game, occasionally. Would have been nice. I don't know, whatever. Maybe I hope for too much. Well, not hope, it's already over with. But yeah, Big Boss. People don't notice that he gets Kaz gets his ass kicked to the curb. He just doesn't realize it for 10 years, which would probably make him pretty bitter. Which it does. Yeah, okay. I'm done. It was like a 10-hour stream. I thought it was just gonna be a 9-hour stream. It's the goddamn the findings that aren't off. Because you gotta farm that, grind that mission 10 like 30 times just to get through it quick, and that's the fast way. You still gonna play VR, Foxy? Yeah. Wait, what? Twerk percent? Twerk percent?
Count me in! Let's go!
That wasn't even Ocelot. I was just overly excited.
Don't even think about twerking, or everyone will know.
Yeah, I don't know when I'll see you guys again. But it's not like this marathon is close to over or anything, so it certainly will be sooner than later. I don't really know what I'm going to be streaming. What the hell have I done? Ground Zeroes and Peace Walker now. Maybe I'll continue to go back in time and do Portable Ops. I don't know. Anyway, stream's going to drop. It's going to be back up in probably like less than 20 seconds. And Boxy will be your new host. Everybody, thanks for having me. Have a good day.